this is our closing theme on Thursday mornings. All right, we're going to start off by playing a couple of clips because a couple of the birds were on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon last night.
That's right.
We're going to start with, we have one of Saquon Barkley, and he talks about his role when the Eagles have their tush-push play. Here we go.
What is your role in the quote-unquote tush-push?
I think I have the easiest job, to be honest. I think I'm the one who pushes the tush.
I love it. And then Jalen Hurts talks about a picture that he has on his phone. Here we go.
I know this because I read this, but can you tell everyone what was on your phone background?
Well, see, I'm not tripping that you brought that up because it's just it's like a little edge, you know.
Motivation.
Yeah, so I know I guess people anticipate me to change it. Well, it's just a wallpaper, but it's a humble reminder for me.
What is it? It's a picture of it.
It's a picture of the first one, me walking off the field.
When they lost, is what he means. The
That's
Super
a
Bowl that they
reminder.
lost in 2018, and so it's just kind of a motivator for him. They also shotgunned a beer.
Did they really?
They had members of the offensive line come out and they did a shotgun beer because Saquon had done that in the locker room.
Right, so the video.
After the game.
Yeah, I saw a promo video of the offensive line and Jalen and Saquon, and they were all lip syncing a song, and they were just having like such a great time. Each offensive lineman like took a different line from the song, and then I think the wheels came off, and they were just having a great time. I love it, man. I need to celebrate this team for as long as you possibly can.
Do you know they're pointing out, and during the actual Super Bowl, Tom Brady made the point, they had some of the stats on the size of the players.
Oh, yeah.
20 years ago.
Well, no, it was from the very first Super Bowl and it was like a half of a foot and
100-pound difference.
100-pound difference.
It was like 245 versus now 338.
Yeah.
The average, and 6'6" is the average height. Now, average height.
Average height, yeah.
And back then it was like 6'2" or something along those lines.
crazy.
So, yeah, it's insane how big everybody has gotten. All right, I do have some things outside of that to mention. Dave Chappelle is going to receive the President's Award at the 2025 NAACP Image Awards. And this is just the latest award for him. He received the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor in 2019. The NAACP president and CEO Derek Johnson said the President's Award honors an unwavering dedication to community, and throughout his distinguished career, Dave Chappelle has consistently been recognized as a powerful voice of social consciousness.
Now, he gets 6 months of Omaha Steaks as part of that, does he not?
Wow, that's a great deal.
I wouldn't doubt it if he did.
I mean, that's amazing.
Past recipients of the honor include Muhammad Ali, Jay-Z, and Dwayne Wade. The awards show will support communities impacted by the wildfires in Los Angeles, and Chappelle will receive the award February 22nd at the 56th NAACP Image Awards. That'll air on BET and CBS. Here's a guy who's probably not going to get the President's Award, Kanye West.
Holy hell.
So his Shopify website has been taken offline. The site was used by the rapper to sell T-shirts featuring a black swastika. Shopify said in a statement, all merchants are responsible for following the rules of our platform. This merchant did not engage in authentic commerce practices and violated our terms, so we removed them.
To your point, Preston, by the way, about how the spot ended up on during the Super Bowl, and you said perhaps they were unaware.
Yeah.
That was the case.
Okay.
So the link was activated after the commitment to the spot.
Yeah, they probably had a placeholder link up there ahead of time.
That's what happened.
Switch it at the last second. Yeah.
I saw a video yesterday, and I'm usually not a fan of the reflexive celebrity cavalcade, but they have one of them wearing a Kanye FU, middle finger. I mean, a list of people from Woody Allen to David Schwimmer to just a whole Adam Sandler, double bird flipping Kanye.
No kidding.
Really?
I mean, people you never see come out for these things in this video. It was pretty impactful.
Yeah. He has released a number of anti-Semitic statements in the past. He recently deactivated his account on social media platform X following a series of anti-Semitic statements, and he also lost a number of business deals a few years ago with companies including Gap and Adidas for a series of anti-Semitic comments. So dude does not learn.
No.
And so we'll see.
And today he's going to premiere the Nazi onesie.
Let's see. let's see where this all takes him. Seth Rogen is not interested in revisiting his friendship with James Franco. Franco had revealed in October to Variety that the two were no longer speaking, sharing, and I quote, "We had 20 great years together, but I guess it's over, and not for lack of trying." But Rogen has brushed off the headlines offering by saying, "I absorb so little media that it really wasn't on my radar." Rogen publicly supported Franco despite multiple sexual misconduct allegations that Franco denied any wrongdoing of, but later admitted that, quote, he very much regretted making a joke at Franco's expense. In his 2014 Saturday Night Live monologue, Rogen had joked about catfishing Franco as an underage girl and that he, quote, seems unfazed. Rogen went on to tell the Times that it was a terrible joke, honestly. And he said, I also look back to that interview in 2018 where I comment that I would keep working with James. And the truth is that I have not, and I do not plan to right now. So, yeah, they're not making amends anytime soon. This is interesting. Armie Hammer addressed long-standing rumors about his alleged cannibalism during an interview. He explained that while he did take a bite out of an animal's heart after a hunt, that was part of a rite of passage and not for any sinister reason. He said, you take a bite out of the heart and you've got all your buddies around you and they're goading you on.
Yeah, that's what always happens.
He emphasized that it was not for the purpose of any cannibalism or any sexual gratification.
It would have had to have been a human heart for it to be cannibalism.
Yeah. When asked about accusations from his exes, he firmly denied ever engaging in cannibalistic behavior, stating, you know what you have to do to actually be a cannibal? You have to actually eat human flesh. So, no, he said. Hammer admitted to past mistakes, acknowledging that he was less than pleasant to other people, but maintained that he never broke the law. His career took a major hit following sexual assault allegations, which were later dismissed after an LAPD investigation, though the claims and rumors still haunt his public image.
Preston, you're the only person in this room, I think, who's hunted. Do you ever eat an animal heart after a kill? No?
God,
Never,
no.
You didn't eat a duck heart?
No.
No? Okay. No.
Like a duck.
Yeah.
Rip it open with your bare hands so that the soul of the duck can come into you.
No, I was never goaded on by my friends to eat an animal
Duck heart.
Yeah.
Duck.
Well,
What
it was
about-
still beating.
What if you hit like a raccoon with your car? Do you
You eat that heart.
You eat that
If
heart,
you've
right?
never
Yeah.
killed one before, so it's supposed to be only on your first
Your
kill.
first kill, okay.
So the first time you do that, if you missed out, sorry, bud.
Yeah.
So reality star Jen Affleck, no relation to Ben.
What?
Is pregnant, and she is from The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives.
Oh, this is causing a big stir, is it not?
She and cast member and husband Zach have found that baby number 3 for the couple is on the way. I don't know if there's any
Yeah, I was reading
hubbub
yesterday
about this or not.
that her fan base, she has a fan base, is not happy with her getting pregnant because I guess the deal was she was the randiest. I guess
Okay.
that's the reason of the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives.
She's very attractive. It's an attractive cast.
Yeah.
They definitely have made it that way on purpose.
I don't know why, but I've watched some of this show, and Steve, it's like every other one, right? It's fairly terrible. However, they're all everybody, men, women, they're all incredibly attractive, and B, there's this divide because some of the people on the cast like to drink, and you're not really supposed to if you're a Mormon, and then there's just like infidelity all over the place, and so. For whatever reason, like the peeling back of a reality show version of Mormonism, I actually think is kind of interesting.
So let me ask you, is it basically every other show and they're just slapping this Mormon thing on for the titillation?
Yeah, but did you watch what was that? A Big Wife, or not Big Wife, the one with the
a little bit
of
Big
it.
Love.
Yeah. On HBO?
Yeah, on HBO with Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
And anyway, so it's kind of like that. Like it's not FLDS people, it's LDS people.
Okay.
But still, there's like this notion that religion kind of hangs over everything, and Mormonism is supposed to make you a little bit more conservative, sexually, religiously, and drinking alcohol, etc.
Rochelle watches the one where the guy has the 3 wives.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
That's
God.
Sister Wives, right?
Sister Wives,
Yeah.
thank you. Oh, my God. I come in, she's watching that show, and I'm just like, I don't say anything.
You're
I
good
roll
husband.
my eyes when she's not looking. I can't stand that.
But it's
stuff.
important for people to know that everybody's human, right? So, like, I
Just
think
like the Human League taught
we
us.
have this idea, right? When you look at Mormons, that like, oh, they're all perfect and they don't sin or they don't have desires or whatever.
Yeah.
And the reality is they do, just like everybody else. Like
I never thought that.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
it's just like the outsiders looking in. You're like, oh, like all Jewish people must be so devout and they must all go to synagogue and they don't, and Catholics don't, and Christians don't, and
Buddhists don't. Hindus don't.
No, they don't.
Yep. No, I know. But this is the conceit, though. It's like, oh, what's it like to be a Mormon wife? Well, they're apparently doing everything else. It seems like a regular reality show.
So Jen told People Magazine that the news came as a surprise to the couple. She said I was a few days late, and while it was a surprise, we both had a feeling there was another baby waiting for us. We were very excited. There were a lot of emotions after a very crazy year. The couple are already parents to 3-year-old daughter Nora and 19-month-old son Lucas. A day after Stephen A. Smith bagged on Serena Williams for her Super Bowl halftime appearance, the View star Whoopi Goldberg had her back. Smith thought that it was out of pocket for Williams to be out there dancing to a Kendrick Lamar diss track aimed at her former boyfriend Drake. Goldberg insisted that had nothing to do with the cameo. She said she got a chance to do something she wanted to do, and she went and did it. And instead of saying, damn, that was kind of great, you're bringing it back to some old stuff. This is what Whoopi said, stop trying to always make it about somebody's man.
Oh, that Whoopi. Casey, you watched it and you were wondering, was that Serena Williams? Like, yeah, that was. I knew instantly.
But I don't know any of the history or anything like that. So
she dated Drake, and apparently it did not end well. And but now she's with the CEO of Reddit. Isn't that who she's married to?
I'm not sure. But it's funny because these undercurrent things,
this stuff.
I
hate it.
I don't even know. I mean, there's a population of people that will ooh and oh my God,
they're
what's she doing
beefing.
there?
They're beefing.
I know.
Knock it off. So
clueless to it.
Kendrick Lamar and Drake have had this ongoing thing.
Yeah.
And nobody knew if he was going to do the song that was the diss track to Drake, and it's a hit. And so when it happened in the stadium, people were kind of surprised by it because it is a public feud that we personally in this room don't really care about, but a lot of other people do.
Preston, ready for a bomb?
Yeah.
They're possibly talking to Drake to host
the Super Bowl next year,
so he can do his diss track for Kendrick Lamar.
Of course they are.
It's crazy.
Well, of course they would. Why not? It'll get everybody all fired up. Who cares about this type of thing? All right, Mandy Moore is not happy with Amazon, and she posted the details on her Instagram stories yesterday alongside a surreal picture of an Amazon box sitting in front of a house totally leveled by the LA wildfires. Moore wrote, "Do better, Amazon. Can we not have better discretion than to leave a package at a residence that no longer exists? This is my mother and father-in-law's home."
I saw this, and I actually came down on the side of Amazon because the word is a lot of people are having things sent to their house that they're using for debris removal or cleaning or whatever. And so a lot of other people came to their aid as well.
They don't know what's in the box.
They don't know what's in the box. They don't know what the person wanted. And obviously, I get it. It seems a little weird, but you could adjust the delivery instructions on the website. And I get you're swept up in this. And a lot of people didn't have may not have thought about doing that. But I'm not going to fault the Amazon people for this.
Okay. Well, Amazon sent out a statement to People Magazine saying we've reached out to Miss Moore via Instagram to apologize for this and to ask for more information from her in-laws so that we are better able to investigate what happened here. Here's a local story. Ryan Long, former rideshare driver from Mount Airy who won 16 Jeopardy games in 2022, is returning to the quiz show for its upcoming invitational tournament. And he's not the only Philly native who won during season 38 who's on the roster. The Invitational Tournament, back for its second iteration, brings together 27 fan-favorite champions from previous seasons to battle it out for a $150,000 grand prize and a chance to compete for even more cash in the Masters spinoff. Along with Long, the Invitational Tournament lineup also includes Jackie Kelly, a 2022 four-game Jeopardy winner who's originally from Philadelphia.
So I was talking to my wife about this, and let me ask you guys who are all avid Jeopardy watchers as well. It seems I can't remember the last time they just had regular contestants competing. It seems like we're in some sort of perpetual champion tournament.
It's a lot.
Return, Nick, when was it just the regular cavalcade of basic contestants?
I mean, I see
competing
that
on the show.
I see that too, but it just seems like more and more frequently it's some version of some alternate version of Jeopardy, like Celebrity or these types of tournaments. But by the way, we had him in studio for my birthday 3 years ago.
You played
and
Jeopardy with him.
I did, and that was one of my favorite birthdays of my life. It was he's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's so freaking good at Jeopardy, and it was really fun.
Long earned acclaim and about $300,000 during his impressive run on Jeopardy, and he ranks 10th in the show's history for most consecutive games won. He also appeared on Celebrity Jeopardy to give clues about Philly and earned a spot in the Tournament of Champions, though he lost in the first round. He was celebrated with a ceremony at City Hall, had his own float during 6ABC's 2022 Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Just like us.
Just like us.
What was the weather like?
I don't know. Probably better than when we were there.
It had to be.
Yeah. And then Kelly is a pension calculation developer who earned over $115,000 during her time on Jeopardy in March 2022. She went on to become a semifinalist in the Tournament of Champions that year. At the time, she was living in North Carolina, though she talked on the show about her family's Philly roots. So they are coming up on that. Friendship. Paul Rudd is in this slightly off comedy called Friendship. The film stars Rudd and Tim Robinson as neighbors who become friends. When that friendship threatens to splinter, things go awry quickly. The movie stars Kate Mara, Jack Dylan Grazer, Josh Segarra, and Billy Burke, and that comes out this May. So that's just been announced.
I watched the trailer yesterday, and I love Tim Robinson. I love Paul Rudd. They're both hilarious. And a bunch of the quotes in the trailer for this movie said this is the funniest movie of the year. There's not one moment in the trailer that's funny.
Really?
Except that it's Paul Rudd and Tim Robinson. So you know that there are jokes there somewhere, but it's really set up when you watch the trailer like a bit of a thriller or a horror movie. Like this friendship goes wrong.
All right.
And,
It's A24, and A24 is known mostly for horror movies.
Yeah, and so like it looks like Paul Rudd kind of turns on Tim Robinson at one point, and I enjoyed the trailer. I didn't laugh at all during any of it, but I'm sure that they'll find ways to have dark humor in it.
Do you know what I got from it? Nick, a little bit of a Cable Guy vibe.
Maybe, okay.
Yeah, that he's a bit of I mean, not as, it wasn't as apparent in the trailer, but the synopsis of the plot kind of sounds like that.
Anything that Tim Robinson does is just going to be a little bit left of center. Did you guys see it was a Super Bowl commercial that didn't air for Totino's Pizza Rolls?
Yeah.
Did you see it, Preston? Yeah. It's an E.T. parody?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was brutal. They did air one version of it, though.
Yes.
Which was a lot more subdued.
They didn't air the one where the alien's eye pops out and then they punt it across the field.
Right. All right, fans of the dystopian hit The Handmaid's Tale will be happy to learn that production on the sixth and final season of the series is now complete. How
long has it been since they...
It's been almost 3 years.
That's crazy.
I know.
How do you keep excitement going?
Exactly, and this is a show that I absolutely love. So O.T. Figbenel, who plays Luke on the Hulu series, jumped on Instagram Monday to share photos of himself and fellow cast members, writing, "That's a wrap on the final season of Handmaids. It's coming soon." And then he wrote, "Any predictions?" It's been almost 3 years since season 5 aired, and you can view all 5 seasons on Hulu as you wait for season 6 to premiere. It's reportedly going to be happening sometime this spring.
Well, in the interim, you can catch up on the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives.
Yeah, that's finally put my time to good use. Dexter Resurrection just gained another major star, and that's Peter Dinklage. The Game of Thrones actor will portray Leon Prater, a billionaire venture capitalist who appears generous but hides a sinister side, and he joins Michael C. Hall, Uma Thurman, and other Dexter alums in the upcoming Paramount series. The showrunner... That's Uma Thurman. The showrunner,
Scared the crap out of me.
Clyde Phillips, has described The Resurrection as a continuation of Dexter New Blood, picking up where the revival left off. Dinklage, of course, known for his role as Tyrion Lannister, also has roles in Wicked, The Toxic Avenger, and Lear Rex.
Has Dinklage, I don't know what the word is he going to play LeBron, or is that going to...
No, I don't think it's happening.
No.
Okay.
Speaking of Game of Thrones, another alum, Sean Bean, is stepping into the role of the Sheriff of Nottingham in MGM Plus's upcoming Robin Hood series, and he joins Jack Patton, who will portray the legendary outlaw in the 10-episode historical drama. This version of the sheriff is described as unique, a statesman, a strategist, and a builder of Nottingham itself. A man who rules with an iron hand, not out of cruelty, but an unshakable belief that the law, as Norman sees it, must be preserved. Being, of course, known for The Lord of the Rings and Troy and Game of Thrones, brings his signature gravitas to the role. The series set after the Norman invasion follows Robb and Marion as they fight corruption and battle for justice on both the battlefield and in the royal court.
Who's playing Marion, did they mention?
They did not mention in this particular story. And then one last thing, but the Bob Dylan biopic, A Complete Unknown, is coming to home video, and it will be available to rent or buy on digital platforms starting on February 25th.
The director's cut is going to be the one that they show, and that will include The Flash.
The movie will also be available physically on April 1st. So if you've been waiting for that, it will be coming out very, very soon.
I would love to see the director's cut because I was thinking about it the other day. They must have filmed so much that never made it to the final version.
Yeah.
There is, and a lot of it is music. So there actually is going to be a director's cut because they shot a lot of, and you raved on the movie, concert stuff.
And I got the soundtrack, Steve, and the soundtrack that Monica Barbaro sings as Joan Baez and Tim Chalamet sings as Dylan. There are a lot of songs on the soundtrack that were not in the movie.
Wow. All right, we're ready to hit the clips here. Crime drama Wild Cards is on its second season, and here, Giacomo Gianniotti highlights what to expect. Here we go.
Week to week, you're still going to get like all those amazing cases, and you get to play detective along with our heroes and try to solve the cases before they do every episode. And then we do this really cool thing on our show, which is we do these little themes and nods to other films and television. And so each episode, we kind of go into these different worlds, which makes each episode feel like a kind of different show.
Shut the f*** up! New episodes Wild Cards airs tonight. You'll find that on the CW. Here's our next one. Isla Fisher is known for many comedic roles in cinema and for voice acting, and here she talks about the different approach to becoming animated characters like Sarah Hadoff and Dogman.
The character's sort of been already informed by the visuals. With Sarah Hadoff, it was so fun because Peter Hastings, our director, is just so clear on how he wanted her to sound and the pacing of the scenes and what she was bringing to the story. And so I really just allowed him to treat me to his brilliant imagination.
I want to see you naked.
Dogman is currently in theaters if you want to see that. And there you go. That's your entertainment report for you this morning. Wednesday it is, and we have your chance to win some tickets for the Secret Text Word, and they are a 4-pack of tickets for the Philly Home and Garden Show, which is going to be the 21st to the 23rd. That's at the Expo Center in Oaks. Text the word secret to 39333 right now. You'll be in the running for it. We'll send you a word. We'll ask you to call in later with that. And we also have just a random texter that we're going to draw from as well. And we also have a stop in at Fox Good Day. We'll do that this morning. Actor Morris Chestnut will be on the program, too.
You want a fun fact about Morris Chestnut? Huge Eagles fan.
Oh, well, that's cool.
Huge Eagles fan.
A lot to talk about then. So he'll be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
In general, never has appealed to me. I've never had a pierced ear, nothing, nose.
He has both nipples pierced, right?
I think he does, yeah.
Ooh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have 5 in my ears.
Do you really still?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
nipples?
I got 5 nipples. I got 3 nipples in the left ear, 2 nipples in the right ear.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I can stick earrings through them right now if I want to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It didn't look right. I tried. I was in old radio and and every time I looked in the mirror, I'm like, I don't look like an earring guy. Yeah.
I had my nipple pierced.
No, shut up.
Are you kidding? Miss Needle Phobic?
How long have we known you? We never.
Birthday, Preston!
Thank you. Birthday present for Captain Romano.
Birthday miracle!
Revealed that she had her nipple pierced.
I still don't believe
smiling. She was smiling when I brought this up. She looked at me holding up her hand, meaning I have something to say, and you had this bizarre look on your face.
Wow.
Oh, my
Look
God.
at Steve is
Steve
so
can't even
perplexed.
speak.
No,
doesn't know what to
this
do.
makes sense though, because sometimes
does?
I'll see Kathy walking around and she'll have a kettlebell suspended from her crotch, and I'm like, "What's that?
Okay, so
What's that attached to?" And she has another piercing.
let's unpack this here for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I can explain.
number one, you're deathly afraid of needles,
Yes.
anything that has to do with that. Number two, you're so pristine when it comes to anything that
She has a
has
perfect vagina.
to do. Well, by pristine, I mean
No
what's a-
tattoos,
yeah,
Unblemished.
and also
Unblemished, yeah.
no touching any even remotely
Yucky
sexual areas, naughty areas of the
Naughty.
body.
Well, you've been scarred by your mother.
Let me sit down here.
I know.
Okay, sit down and I'll tell you the
'Cause I wanna
story.
hear
There's gotta be a catch
Casey,
here.
fan him. Fan him.
Please.
There's a catch here. There's got to be a catch.
All right. How long ago?
Okay, so
Last week.
no, let me think about this. Okay, I think it was college. Yeah, I was in college.
It had to be.
Somebody had to have been kidnapped, and like this was the only way to get them released.
Well, I was trying to think if it was after college, but it wasn't.
Like a
So-
spring break thing?
No, so it was in college. I had a very good friend from high school, turned stripper, she was getting things pierced.
Okay.
And so and by the way, she hid from me that she was a stripper for a long time. So I didn't know she was a stripper, but she was. Anyway, so she was going to get something pierced. Now, I grew up, my mom always taught me, do not get a tattoo. In 10 years, you're not going to like it. You're going to pick something today and you're never going to like it. And so that stuck with me. What she was okay with, now I don't think she knew I got my nipple pierced, but what she was okay with was piercings because you could always take them out.
Right.
They grow back, yeah.
So I had piercings all the way up my ear, in the cartilage, all of
Right,
that.
yeah.
I had my belly button pierced. And
I didn't know that either.
so at this point, then there was like, well, what else do I get pierced? My friend was going to get a piercing. I forget which. She was getting her nose done. I didn't want to get my nose done because I have terrible allergies. I'm like, that thing's gonna go flying when I blow my nose. So we were just there, and she was like, just do it, just do it. So she basically convinced me, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this.
Was it a dude who did it?
It was a guy who did it. We went to like a place we were in New Hope, so it was like a piercing place. It wasn't like some corner store. I felt comfortable. It was very like, doctor-esque.
Right.
The room was set up. So I did it. I got my nipple pierced.
You were drinking beers?
No, listen. It was terrible. It was an awful, awful experience. My body rejected it.
Oh.
It never healed ever. It was like a massive infection.
Wow.
And my boyfriend at the time was fine. He was finally like, "What are you doing? Just take it out. It's not gonna." Because I thought I went through all of this.
Yeah.
Like I had a needle go through my nipple. Like help me here. So I didn't want to take it out because I went through all of that. It was terrible. It was terrible pain when he did it. Afterwards, it was awful. So I did not have it very long, and I ended up taking it out.
Was the intention to get both of them done initially, and then you
No.
stopped after one? No,
Just
you just want to
one?
get
I was
one.
just getting one.
You
and
seem more like a completist.
see what
Was it
happened.
A stud,
It was a ring.
It was a ring.
Yeah.
Ring.
Okay.
It was a ring. You
All
had,
right.
but I mean, it was terrible. It was so bad. It was so infected. I had to put like a gauze pad in my bra because it was infected, and no, it was disgusting. It was awful. Yeah.
So that's horrible. That's disgusting.
Awful.
I have to imagine, did you at least become woozy during any of these piercings when you're as needle phobic as you are?
So the thing with needles and me is if I can't look at it. That's every time
Right.
I have passed out because of it, I watched it. So I watched Jace getting stitches. I watched the needle go through his chin.
Right.
I saw the skin pull,
Right.
and I was like, that was it. I was out. So each time I was watching it. So this obviously I didn't watch. I closed my eyes, turned my head, held my stripper friend's
Right.
hand,
Held
and
your nipple out.
Put my nipple out, and there we go.
That was it.
And do you have scarring to this day from
So
it?
yes, there's like a tiny. You wouldn't know. Here, I'll show you. Come here.
So we need, come on. Let us decide.
So
we'll
when
try to
you-
pick the one out.
When you
You wouldn't
sneeze-
know. It is a tiny little spot. Yes, I can see it. It's on one side, but if you guys were sucking on my nipples, you would never know.
We're sucking on your nipples.
Well, leave it to Kathy to make a story like that unsexy.
I don't know. It was pretty sexy.
It started off sexy, and then the infection and the
Right?
gauze.
Yes.
How many
ruined
days or
it.
weeks did it last?
It was in a couple of weeks. Like I said, I tried. I went back to the guy. He was like, here, gave me, cleaning and this and that and whatever. And it just like literally my body was rejecting it.
Is that why your nipple whistles now and then?
Every once in a while.
Did your mom find out about this right now as well?
Probably, yeah. I think she probably found out
she's
now.
on the roof ready to swan dive into the parking lot.
So how long total do you think you actually had it in?
Nick, probably maybe a month or something, and it just was not getting better.
And always painful all the time.
It was so painful the entire time. It never healed. It was always painful.
Did removing it hurt, or was it
yes.
really? Oh, really?
No, hurt. And I remember too. I was in the bathroom at my boyfriend's house in college.
It hurt so bad.
No, college bathrooms was disgusting. It was so gross. And I was up there with my friend, and she was like, "That's it. We're taking it out." And we just, because remember the old pierce, or what they used to use. I don't know what they use now, but it had little balls on the end, so you had to screw the ball off so that you could take the hoop off.
Yep.
So it was like the whole thing was just painful. It was awful.
Oh my God. All right. So the actual act of having it pierced, because I couldn't do it. It just seems like it would be so painful.
It was awful. It was so painful.
What did they use, like ice? Or
people who say oh no, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad.
It's one of the more sensitive spots on your body.
Yeah.
I mean,
Everything.
Yeah.
So sensitive.
And listen, here's the thing. Oh God, here's more info.
My vaginal piercing.
No, I never did that. But I don't have very. Well, I can't believe I'm saying. I don't have very sensitive nipples, so I thought, okay, I can do this.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I'm not like the girls who are super sensitive and are always nipping through their shirts.
I've got tough as leather nipples.
Not so much.
So
not
when
true.
when it was happening, did they get browner or pinker or?
I hate you.
Somebody says call the guy in New Hope. He'll be able to answer the question.
But I will say, they would take pictures of all of their piercings, and I was like, oh hell no! I was like, you cannot have a picture of my boob.
I am floored right now.
I am too, man.
So floored.
Well, we all remember Marissa's tongue piercing.
Yeah.
Remember when she removed that manually at home.
I used to have the audio.
With the audio of that getting clipped off. Now that. When you initially got that piercing done, Marissa, how could that not hurt?
Because I was on spring break and it didn't matter. No, but did I ever tell you guys a story about when I came home and my mom saw it?
No.
So it was Easter dinner. At first, I should say, as soon as I sat up, as soon as I got it pierced, I sat up and I went, ugh. My mom's gonna know I feel my tongue pierced because my tongue just swelled up and I couldn't eat for a few days. So it was Easter dinner. We're all sitting around the table, like an Italian table. So we're talking and laughing 2 hours after dinner. And at one point, I just opened my mouth really wide to laugh at something, and the whole table's laughing, and my mom just stops.
Oh, daggers!
And she goes, "What's that?" And the entire rest of the table starts cracking up laughing because they have saw it hours ago. My mom was probably cooking dinner and she didn't notice. So my mom collects herself for a minute and she goes, okay, all right, and starts laughing with it. And then she goes, well, at least I knew about the other one. And everybody laughs more. My dad goes, wait, what other one?
Before I do my intro, can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
She's here! Amy.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
All right, well, no, it's all right. I like to always to do a nice big intro, so let me do that now. Ladies and gentlemen, from Evanescence, it's Amy.
Hi, guys. What a nice intro.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's great. Listen, we had just played Better Without You. Leading right into this, and of course, it's on the album, The Bitter Truth, which is finally out. And I wanted to ask you about that because you were talking about this album. I mean, was it done already, like in 2019? I mean, in the can and ready to go or close to it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
We really
before we get into anything else, someone has come home. Come home to roost. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time to make the announcement and the debut via video. Birdbot has made his way back here. Yeah. And if you're watching on our YouTube stream, we are going to remove Birdbot 1, who's behind me right now,
back to the Hall of Fame.
And we will then bring in Birdbot 2.0, which Casey went and retrieved yesterday. So I'll give him just a moment. Birdbot 1 is now moved from his roost. And now we have the debut.
Yeah.
Back and road weary and ready to go. Birdbot 2.0.
Gorgeous.
Is now at home with us.
Look at him all tatted up with signatures.
Big time. I had said we were texting each other last night, and I'm like, it's like your kid went away to college and then came back home all tatted up.
Yeah.
That's it.
No doubt. And listen, Helen is just a wonderful human being, and Bill and Marcy and all the people that drove Birdbot to Louisiana and back. But what a great steward. They ended up creating a platform for it. I got to go out to my car and get the platform because there were just they ran out of places to sign Birdbot.
Yeah.
And so they had this platform that they basically screwed Birdbot onto.
That's
there are
awesome.
more signatures on there. So like Hoda Kotb, she signed the platform. She's on there as well. And then you have Eagles greats that signed the dome of Birdbot. So you got like Seth Joyner, Hollis Thomas, Irving Fryer, a whole bunch of people signed Birdbot.
Oh, sorry. Dropped something.
I got scared there. I thought Birdbot fell for a second.
Who you seeing over there on the signatures, Preston? Anyone jumping out at you?
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's so many. I can't.
There's got to be, I'm going to say conservatively, a couple of hundred signatures on that.
Conservatively.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's loads and loads of signatures all over this thing. I can't make out who's. I mean,
Yeah,
here's,
Sammy Vile signed it.
okay, here's Cole Suter. I mean, these are
Just random.
people who are Birds fans who found
Love it.
Jim and Jen signed this. Bywood Seafood, Kim Delancey Pizza. There's just a ton on here.
Hey, he held up pretty well, I have to say.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
because it wasn't always, Helen had him for a good run, but there was also in a number of different other hands, and there was a lot of respect. I know the actual, Birdbot's actual head was not signed, so everything was kind of left intact.
Did the lights ever get turned on? Because I never saw the lights on him.
I did see them on, just in a few pictures here and there, but it wasn't. They weren't always on. Now Helen asked me if I wanted to sign it yesterday, and I said, you know what, I want to wait on that.
Yeah,
I wanted to wait and talk to you guys about that. Do we sign this, or is this a bird of the people?
I think it is a bird of the people. I think we can sign it.
We are the people,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
I mean, so
People's is people.
And it's
You're right.
it's full. We're done, right? I mean, well, he's coming to the parade with us, for crying out loud.
Damn straight.
We're definitely going to have Birdbot perched by a Hotel Cambria where we're going to be.
We have to have him on the balcony so the crowd can see him.
Yeah.
But again, and Lester reminds you, Birdbot 2 for 2.
Yeah.
2 times Birdbot has attended the Super Bowl. 2 times we have won.
Yep.
And what we really should do is get fake, because I don't think they're going to give us the real Lombardi Trophy.
Probably.
But get fake ones and do a display. Birdbot 1, Preston, like the Great Hall. Birdbot 1, Birdbot 2 with Lombardi Trophy.
Well, I've been told, Steve, that we're going to be able to get Birdbot next to the actual real Lombardi Trophy on Friday. So
All right.
we're working on it, but I feel like it's a pretty strong possibility.
It's important for people to know, especially people that were following Birdbot on Instagram, that Helen, time and time again, along her ventures, especially in New Orleans, offered Birdbot to other people, right? And people just didn't take it. Right?
Well, yeah, because it's a big thing to carry around while you're walking around New Orleans. I totally get it.
Yeah. So if anybody wants to say that she was bogarting Birdbot,
She was not
bogarting Birdbot.
No.
She tried to release Birdbot many times.
And by the way, the conveyance that you mentioned facilitated getting Birdbot around New Orleans easier, and they're the ones that put that together.
Yeah.
So
they put it on a beach cart. They basically screwed it to the beach cart.
It was the funniest
and
friggin'
it was
thing.
ready to go.
Yeah.
I got to give a shout out or a shard out to a gentleman named Dave. So I went and picked Birdbot up at Helen's place of employment. She works at Pizzeria Vetri in Devon, and I announced on the show yesterday, I'm going to go pick it up at some point between 11 and 2. I got there closer to 2. This guy had been there since 11 o'clock. This guy,
wow.
Dave, he just wanted to say hi.
Just hanging out?
Yeah. So really, really nice guy. Wanted to meet Birdbot, wanted to meet Helen, and wanted to meet me. But I got to hang out and talk to Dave for a little while I was eating some pizza pie.
I was going to say, did you get some pizza?
Of course I did.
Nice. What'd you get?
I did. I got a margarita pizza
okay.
that I ate there, and then I got an heirloom salad. Didn't realize that heirloom meant tomatoes.
Yes.
I don't know why.
It's an heirloom
So I
tomato.
left a lot of tomatoes on my plate. I just don't like little tomatoes.
Eat your tomatoes.
Yeah,
Well, wait
yeah.
a minute. Heirloom tomatoes aren't little tomatoes.
They were little guys.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, yes, I ate well.
All right.
I
Very
did.
good.
You ate
Very
like a
good.
king.
Yes. Damn straight.
Well, Birdbot's back, and he's going to be joining us at the Cambria Hotel in Philadelphia, 219 South Street on Friday, or I'm sorry, 219 South Broad Street on Friday as we are broadcasting live, and we're looking forward to taking him in for the action.
It's us, and we are followed by the
Robert?
sports correspondent, Pierre Robert. Yeah.
Yes, most definitely. Boys in blue.
Yeah.
Go, go, go. All right, so Birdbot's back, but let's do the stream of consciousness.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
The stream of Consciousnessner.
So many things on my mind. One of them I saw via this article that lists America's all-time favorite movies.
America's all-time favorite movies.
Yes, so the article states in the age of having virtually any movie available to stream at any time, new research finds that we still keep coming back to the ones we love most.
I know it has to be on the list. Angels in the Outfield.
Oh, it's got it. No, it's not. Wait, the original or the remake?
The original.
Oh yeah.
There was a remake?
Yeah, maybe
a sequel.
Yeah, was it a sequel?
Yeah.
It was
Oh, my
something.
God.
Well, I thought there was an Angels in the Outfield from like way back when, and then there was one with I don't remember the actors in it, but like
The
probably
annoying kid.
early '90s or something.
Why did God want that particular team to win? Do we know? I
He
don't
had money
remember.
on the game.
He had money
Yeah.
on the game.
I forget the plot.
Oh, my God. There is an original Angels in the Outfield.
1951.
1951.
About the Pirates, not the Angels.
Okay.
It was a lot more appropriate in the 90s when they had the California Angels to choose from.
Yeah.
Well, these were dead players, right? They were actual angels in the.
Yes, but the name of the team was the Angels.
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
first time around, the name of the team was the Pirates. So
Okay.
it made a lot more sense the second time around.
All right. Well, anyhow, I hate to break it to you, Steve. It's not Angels in the Outfield.
We spent a lot of time on Angels.
So the average American believes that they've watched their favorite movie 38 times, but millennials average 50 times, and Gen Z is right behind that with 49 times.
I blow those numbers out of the water with many movies.
What movie do you think you've watched more than any other movie ever?
2001's way up there, but I'm going to tell you what's probably in the Godfather.
Okay.
The
Wow,
Godfather.
that's a long one, too.
And yeah, The Godfather and Godfather 2, simply because it's become such a holiday staple. Like it ends up popping up a lot.
Yep.
On the Waterfront is another one. Glory, the James Bond movies, over and over and over again. It's a Wonderful Life. I mean, you're 2001 easily in excess of 100 times. You know, I can't even calculate how many times. I saw it 5 times in 1 week when it was at a particular theater.
All right. I watched again last night, The Shawshank Redemption.
Shawshank
I
Redemption.
couldn't tell you how many
there.
times I watched it. I wanted to show my youngest the movie, and so I'm like, yeah, they wanted to see it, and I'm like, I'm on
they
board.
think?
I'm gonna put a. I'll say you have to be up around 100. Think about Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
How long it's been out. Think about how many times you sat down, and when you talk about a movie you will watch straight through.
Yeah.
Shawshank.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what I think is the movie that I've probably seen more than any other, just because it had showed up on TV so often, and it was like comfort food to me. Is Apollo 13.
Apollo 13.
It's like I never pass it up if it's on. I never pass up. The Martian is another one. I never pass up if it's on because I know I love the movie.
Mac and Me, another
Come
alien.
on.
Now, it's interesting that you guys are going like straight up dramas for movies that you watch over and over again, because for me, all of mine are comedies. So I would have to say Dumb and Dumber is probably the movie that I've watched the most. I just have been on a Goonies kick lately, so I actually watched that a bunch over the weekend.
Think of passively
week, I
though,
should
how many
say.
times you're exposed to. And I know, Preston, you do what I do. You'll surf movies.
Yes, I do.
And so I do that. I go over to the movie page.
What's on?
And just what's on.
Yep.
And I'll do that. But yeah, Case, a lot of comedies. Dumb and Dumber, absolutely. You know what? Some Like It Hot is one of my favorite movies of all time.
And if I love a movie, I keep coming back to it. Like I have watched the 2 Dune movies, especially the first one, and now I've watched the second one's catching up. But I've watched at least 15, 16 times probably. I mean, and the movie's not that old, you know?
Yes, and your ability to access it, to just casually
you just go get it.
is far easier than it's ever been.
So people think they can watch their favorite movie an average of 3 times without getting sick of it, but Gen Z aims higher with an average of 5 times. More than 56% admit their all-time favorite movie could be considered a guilty pleasure. So here are the all-time favorite movies, and then I'll break them down by generation.
All right, and height.
And here's the top 10. Here's number 10 is The Godfather. Number 9, The Star Wars. It says series. So I don't know how they quantify or clarify all of that.
The original Star Wars, Episode 4, as they call it. I saw that in the theater when it first came out about 16 times.
Wow. So number 8 was the Fast and Furious series.
Absolutely. I've seen that 200 times.
Number 7 is the Home Alone series. Number 6, John Wick series.
Oh, yeah.
Number 5 is Dirty Dancing.
Get out. Really.
Yeah.
It's Kathy's realm.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw that. I know that when it came out, I watched it.
No, they're still dirty and they're still dancing.
Yeah.
Number 4 is The Lion King.
The animated one's got to be.
My friend Brian Walsh would use that because he'd get girls back to his room and he would say, I got The Lion King on VHS. And it worked far too often.
Number 3, Titanic. Is one of the most watched, favorite movies of all time. Number 2, The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, all right. Wow.
Let's not forget about the classics like that and, Willy Wonka. And
Yeah.
Wizard of Oz was on TV so much growing up. So that, Steven, when you mentioned like holiday movies, for me, I think it might be A Christmas Story just because it was so frequent every year.
And think of how many times, even if you're just slightly passively watching it and it's still on from beginning to end on the conga line.
Let's say it started on TBS 25 years ago. That means I've watched it 25 times.
Casey, I remember watching it in 6th and 7th grade. Like and there was like Mr. Marshall, my 6th grade teacher, didn't want to watch it because of the F double dash scene. He thought that was too racy for 6th graders. So I remember it back then. I think like as far as dramas go or whatever, probably The Fugitive for me.
Okay.
I've seen that a bajillion times. And then like comedies, Caddyshack has got to be up there.
Baby's Day Out.
Baby's Day Out. But Caddyshack, Animal House.
Fletch.
And Tommy Boy.
I forgot about the movies that I beat to death as a kid, like Tron. That, you know. Yeah.
Oh, well then, Blazing Saddles.
Yeah.
Blazing Saddles and Enter the Dragon.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nick, I watched Tommy Boy on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perennial.
I wanted to not watch any football on Sunday, so I did a double feature of Goonies and Tommy Boy, and that's how I spent my Super Bowl Sunday leading up to kickoff.
So number 1, America's all-time favorite movie, according to this survey, Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
And I could see that being way up there, for sure.
So
I've seen it, I don't know how many times.
I've seen Forrest Gump a tremendous amount. I really enjoy the movie. I wonder if I think it's in the top 10 greatest. I don't think I do.
Yeah. All right, so Baby Boomers, Dirty Dancing, The Wizard of Oz, and Forrest Gump are the top movies. For Gen X, Forrest Gump, Rocky, and the Star Wars series.
Now, Rocky I've seen easily over 100 times.
For millennials, The Lion King, Forrest Gump, and Titanic. So Forrest Gump hits all 3 of those.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. And then Gen Z, it's Toy Story, Avengers Endgame, and Shrek.
Yeah, Endgame is up there for me as well. I watched that. I mean, I don't know how much of the movie do you have to watch in order for you to consider it being watched? Do you know what I mean? Like,
if you've seen the entire movie multiple times, I think watching half or 3/4 of it, that counts as a viewing. Because you already know how the whole movie plays out.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it 75% you watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyhow, see if yours matches up with that. But those are the
Meteor Man, not on the list.
All-time favorite. Neither is Lawnmower Man.
Yeah,
None of the men are.
None of the men are on there.
Yeah. All right. Let me see what else we got.
The stream of consciousnessner.
So Amazon is expected to tease a major AI power upgrade for its voice assistant, Alexa, later this month, and one that could change how we interact with tech at home. So there's an event coming up on the 26th in New York where Panos Panay, who oversees Amazon's devices and services team, will be among the speakers. Panay joined Amazon last year after spending decades at Microsoft, where he helped shape the Surface product line. The event is expected to preview Alexa's long-rumored generative AI voice capabilities, which could significantly enhance its ability to engage in more natural, contextual conversations and complete multi-step tasks.
I'll tell you where you can start to see the application, and I've noticed it more and more, and I end up using it more and more. If you simply interact with a Google search, and I find I less have to be very precise about where I'm placing what word in the sentence, and it could be more conversational. And then in the AI-generated response, it has almost a 99% effectiveness rate of giving me the exact answer I was looking for in the way I wanted it.
Okay.
So you'll see when you do the search, like for example on this page here, Preston, there's a thing that pops up on the top left, and it will give you your AI response, and it's usually exactly what I'm looking for.
Okay. If announced, this would mark Alexa's most significant evolution since its debut in 2014. Although Amazon has long been a leader of the AI assistant space, the landscape is rapidly shifting. Companies like OpenAI, Google, and Anthropic are rolling out increasingly sophisticated AI assistants capable of multitasking and completing complex requests. So Alexa currently processes one command at a time. Last month, OpenAI introduced a new AI agent called Operator, which aims to handle everyday tasks like making dinner reservations, ordering groceries, and filling out forms. Amazon told CNET that the event will highlight the latest innovations from the Alexa team, but did not provide any further details. A generative AI upgrade could reshape how users interact with voice assistants and potentially introduce a paid tier for more advanced capabilities as well.
So they're saying the application for this would be for like seniors in their 70s and 80s who sometimes have a problem getting Alexa to do what they want. It can interact and it can also ask questions in a conversational way to help them frame what they're looking for or what they want done.
It's funny because my mom is not very tech savvy, but she uses Alexa all the time. I never, ever, ever use it. Like, I just don't. Like,
do you feel that Alexa has replaced you as her favorite son?
Probably, you know. But Press, I sent you this video on Saturday. I don't know if you watched it or not, but this, and I don't know if this is real or not, but this woman asks AI if we programmed or discovered it, and the response that she gets from AI is chilling. You know, it basically is saying, like, maybe AI programmed us to discover it.
Wow.
In the sense that, it allowed us to tap into that frequency, that AI was always there. But we as humans are now able to tap into that frequency. That electricity wasn't discovered. It was always there, but we were able to tap into its frequency and tap in. And it just gave example after example. I was like,
on a basic level, it would be right. Since it's basically a collection of knowledge that humans have generated. Yeah. So it's kind of been there. The accessibility is kind of wild. Early on in the testing, they had this AI entity, and they asked it about mortality, and it feared dying.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
in its response, which was kind of wild.
This girl also asked something to the same AI about mortality and stuff like that, and the response that it gave, I thought it gave me a comforting, feeling.
No sad, bro.
Yeah.
What? How? I don't understand.
Just basically that, when we cast off and
the ether,
that
you live forever.
That we basically just tap into a consciousness that had already existed, that we existed with before, that what we're experiencing now as humans, we would never be able to experience in the infinite. So you have to basically shut off any memory of where you came from in order to experience what we experience today.
And it also suggested that everyone is wearing Eagles green, Preston. So that's
damn straight.
It's pretty impressive.
That's heavy stuff.
It is?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's see your toaster do that.
Listen, the older I get, the more I need this comfort.
Reuters reported that Amazon has considered charging between $5 and $10 per month for the service while keeping the original version of Alexa free. Apple is also rumored to ramp up its smart home efforts as well with a Siri-powered wall-mounted display designed to control household devices like thermostats, lights, and appliances.
Siri. Kill Alexa.
Expected to launch in March. The device is expected to be part of Apple's push to compete more aggressively in the smart home market, where it's historically trailed behind Google and Amazon.
What if you come home and there's a white line down the middle of the house and Siri and Alexa are fighting?
Yeah.
Steve, he did just make your phone do something. I don't know. It was talking to you after you said
well,
Siri.
if you said Siri,
Yeah, and I don't know what it was. Maybe it was killing Alexa.
It said, I will kill Alexa. Yes, master.
All right, we'll go somewhere else.
The stream of Consciousnessner.
So after 115 years, the Boy Scouts of America has officially rebranded as Scouting America, a name change aimed at reflecting a broader, more inclusive future. The organization, which first welcomed girls in 2018 and has evolved its policies over the years, saw a spike in membership after announcing the switch last May.
I think they still have a hurdle. They have to accept Alexa and Siri.
The name may be new, but the organization says its mission is the same: building character and leadership and providing outdoor adventures for young people.
And getting disgruntled looks from parents when they didn't realize they had to drive them to practice.
Oh, my God.
To the deals.
The meetings.
Yeah. So my son's friend just became an Eagle Scout within the last couple of months, and it's a huge accomplishment. It's something that I didn't realize was such a great resume builder and accomplishment.
Yeah, a lot of work.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until I was in college that my friend Pat, he revealed that he was an Eagle Scout. And
I have to tell you something.
Well, no, I have to be honest. Like I just. I was like, oh, you big dork. You know what I mean? Like that was my initial response. But it is a big deal.
You still have to get the congressional letter and stuff to do it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Isn't that wild? That's a step. Yeah, that's legit.
Yeah.
You got to go... It's not just, it's something you put on the refrigerator.
No.
You've actively worked hard to get that.
But even as, let's say you're a 40-year-old man and you see on a resume that you're an Eagle Scout, well, that just shows people that... You've always had this initiative.
Right.
You know what I mean?
AI was right.
Yeah.
Well, and that you took on the initiative as a younger individual who normally wouldn't think about things like that. And it's impressive. It's a lot of discipline.
I think also, Casey, because the parts leading up to becoming an Eagle Scout are relatively easy in comparison. Like when you're a Boy Scout or Cub Scout or Weebelos or whatever, like there's not, you're getting badges and whatever, but you're not working your ass off to become an Eagle, to become like just a regular Boy Scout. But once you have to become an Eagle Scout, it does require a lot of work and discipline.
What are the incremental steps as they stand now? Is it Weebelos?
Cub Scouts, Weebelos, and then Boy Scouts.
and then Eagle Scout.
Yeah.
All right.
Weebelos stands for We Be Loyal Scouts.
That's right.
So despite the past challenges, including a major legal settlement and declining membership during the pandemic, Scouting America is looking ahead, focused on preparing the next generation to navigate an ever-changing world, they said. So, yeah, we've had several friends of my kids who have gone on to do Eagle Scout projects. And,
Right.
they have to come up with something unique.
Okay.
So, I'll give you an example. One of Carter's friends, there is a retirement home that's near the shopping complex, and they would have to take shuttle buses to get over there. There was no walking path, and so he built a walking path between there and the shopping complex. So that was his project. That was his civic project to do.
He charged for $50,
and every time they go through, they have to pay $50.
You going or what?
It's a win-win.
Yeah, you got to pay
Time is money.
Yeah.
So it's things like that, or maybe. There was another one did there was like a commemorative area that was in disrepair for, I forgot what it commemorated, but he redid it and created things like that. So you have to be thoughtful about it, and then you have to go through the steps of organizing it and raising the funds for it and getting it done.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So,
hey, can boys be Girl Scouts?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All sexes can be a part of Scouting America, by the way. So
Can Alexa and Siri join the Girl Scouts?
they're working on
All
that.
right.
They're working on that. All right, so next thing.
The stream of Consciousnessner.
So a 1915 silent film about Abraham Lincoln was thought to be lost forever before being found in a warehouse on New York's Long Island.
Is this the one where he is a street racer?
I don't know if they've come
It's
out with that
about
one.
family.
Fast Abe.
Too Abe, too furious. We're racing for pink slips.
Dan Martin, instead of too large being $2,000, it was just $2.
$2. It's about family.
Dan Martin, a summer intern at Historic Films Archive, was sorting through boxes of donations at the archive's warehouse last summer when he found the only known surviving copy of The Heart of Lincoln.
Wow.
A silent film about the life of President Abraham Lincoln.
You know what was in the rest of those boxes?
Boxes of crackers.
Yes.
I would want a cracker. And boxes of candy.
The Heart of Lincoln had been listed by the Library of Congress as among the some 7,000 silent films believed to be completely lost to time. The film was directed by Francis Ford, who also starred in the movie. Ford's younger brother, John Ford, went on to win 4 Academy Awards for Best Director.
We have audio from it.
You fat ass piece of
That was Lincoln. Yeah, during the Super Bowl, they had that commercial. I think it was for the Secret Service, and they had done, and you've seen stuff like this before, but they animated a photograph of Abraham Lincoln. Did you see that, Preston?
No.
It was wild to see Abraham Lincoln from the photograph moving and talking. There was no audio. But it was still, wow. That's, obviously you've never seen that kind of clarity and that kind of footage.
Yeah.
You can't.
John Ford directed the 1939 film Young Mr. Lincoln, which starred Henry Fonda
Yes.
as Abraham Lincoln.
We must never be too fast and too furious.
So the Heart of Lincoln has now been cleaned and digitized. They said it was just lucky that the cans that they were in were sealed and had not decayed. Next planned step is to have a score added to the restored film so that it can be screened to new audiences. Wow. Interesting.
I would go with 9 Inch Nails.
Yeah. To be, well, yeah.
Yeah.
They've been having great success with the scoring films. What's his name? I can't think of it.
Oh,
Trent
Reznor. Thank you.
Finch.
Atticus Finch
Ross.
from To Kill a Mockingbird.
Atticus Ross.
Right. Yeah,
Not Finch, yes. All right. One last thing. It's
The stream of consciousness.
Casey, it's 7:43. We're going on Fox. Do we have time to do one more?
It's got it. Well, you know what? Probably not.
Okay. We'll stream another time.
Later.
Yeah, we'll do it again. So let's take a break. Come back in a moment because Fox Good Day, yes, is what we're going to do, and they want to know about BirdBot.
Oh, nice.
And we've got BirdBot 2.0 all set to go. We also get to the bizarre file, so we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us, friend.
Preston and Steve.
Last year, yeah,
Okay.
during everything.
All right, then I had read that you had asked, you wanted people to hear it at that point, so I read something incorrect. Oddly enough, there was some misinformation that I found on the web.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, we started it a while back. We'd been working in bits and pieces through 2019 in between tours. We just sort of started putting time aside when we were all together. We live all over the world. All over the country, and now we have a member who lives in Germany, Jen, who we've been away from since before the pandemic. She's been with us remotely on this thing since the first 4 songs, but we made it happen. We really did.
It's such a
Can't believe it. Hallelujah.
No, it's very cool, and honestly, the entire world has gone through a maelstrom of stuff. Obviously with the COVID and all that stuff, and then you guys have also, all of you at some level, been dealing with personal crises, and here you are at this end of it, releasing music into the world, connecting with people and what you love doing. Is there just a big sigh of relief now that it's out there? I can't imagine what that process is like and what you're currently experiencing.
It feels so good.
Yeah.
It really does. And for us, it's not something we do every other year. It's something that is, it comes out when it happens, when the inspiration hits and the time is right and everything lines up and we know what we want to do. So more than ever, it feels like a very special occasion for us. And, like you said, having so much to get off of our chest personally and just feeling connected, with the rest of the world in this time of the last couple of years, just strain and loss and frustration. It feels so good to be in a rock band.
Yeah.
Pour all that out into the music. I can't tell you how good it feels. And now, I'm such a, I don't know, detail critic, always hearing all the little things I want to chip away and change, to finally have it done and not be listening to that anymore and just to listen in my car and enjoy it. It feels really, really good.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that in particular. So, and I would imagine all artists, musicians, maybe not all, but some go through this where you have this final product, you're very proud of it. It's sat for a little while, it's sunken in. Do you go back and go, man, I wish we would have done that. I wish I would have added this harmony. I wish I would have tweaked this and that. Are you okay with, or is that just natural?
That hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I don't think that about the new stuff. It's funny. I'm hearing so many little things when there's still the chance to change it. I'm hearing this and that and this and I don't know and maybe this and one more of this and we need more background vocals and all that. But then once it's done, finally stepping away, I'm like, I don't even remember all the details I was honing in on anymore. It just sounds great.
Yeah, you know what, and that's why I would be a lousy producer or anything in that position, because you constantly want to be changing and tweaking and doing this and that. You had Nick Raskuletis as your producer, one of the best rock guy that there is to it. And,
yes.
And does he tell me about your working with him and what that experience is like?
He's the best. He's incredible. And that's part of what makes that happen. He's very much in on the details like I am. We work really well together. We don't always have the exact same idea. It's good to have somebody who has different ideas and goes, hey, maybe you should try this one other thing. But really, it's so good to have somebody that you really trust who can say, when you're like, what's better, A or B? Like
right.
This take or that one, or like for me to go up here or go down here. Somebody who's just like a good sounding board of like, dude, it sounds great when you do it, when you go up. Let's go for that.
You got to have that. All right. I also wanted to ask, Steve had mentioned the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of message you're getting across with this music. There's a lot of things happening. You mentioned a lot of tragedy. There's some good things too, but I wanted to ask you on a personal note, when I will sometimes listen to songs for years and have no idea what the artist was the message that they were trying to get through in this song. Now, I may love the melody and the harmonies and the rhythm and all that stuff, and I like the song, but don't really know what it's about.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? When you've poured emotion, you've written these lyrics, you're getting across a very specific theme that you want, and people don't get it. Is that okay?
It's totally okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I write in a way that is very cathartic for me. And in some of these songs, I hear what I'm saying, and I'm like, there's no way anybody can hear this other than exactly what I mean. But there is. And something that's really beautiful about art and music is when people can take it and apply it to their own life, for their own particular personal experience, what they're going through, and let it be that for them. I think that's a beautiful thing. And it's funny because I want to break down and explain as much as I can about our lyrics, kind of, but there's another part of me that doesn't, because it's sort of better when you see what it turns into for somebody else. It's kind of more powerful that way. I've had songs that totally moved me, and I didn't know that they were about something for many, many years. I was like, oh, that's what that was about?
Yeah.
But therein lies the beauty of the subjective nature of music. But there's something, and I wonder if you agree with this, and I think it might in some way speak to why vinyl has become more popular again. Having album cover art and having an artist, I used to use, when I would listen to music and listen to an album, an actual record, I would look at the art, and a lot of times you had additional messages being conveyed through that.
Yes.
Is that something you remember fondly? And yeah, that's a cool thing, right? We don't have that anymore, really. Yeah.
That's always. Yeah, we do. I do that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Because I feel like that's what's so cool is you can have there are so many different ways to express yourself, and to make an image kind of have a deeper impact. That's why music videos are so cool, dude. We actually just filmed our Better Without You video. It's going to be so cool. In Minneapolis, actually, we road tripped it. I drove 13 hours in a car with Troy and my girl Beth.
Wow.
It was really fun. Got cheese curds and everything. Anyway. when you can take, something and go, okay, here's a visual also that sort of feels like the world that this is living in. I don't know. That is a huge part of it, whether it's album artwork or whatever.
Yeah.
And we do that. We almost always have some sort of like animal or insect or something that's like our secret spirit animal that goes with the music for each era. This one's a nautilus. And to me, that spiral shape has always been like some kind of a symbol of like eternity, like it keeps going until you can't see it anymore. And
Right.
It makes me think about the future and the past and the soul and like the depths of things. So it just fits. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that anybody really knows that explanation, but it feels that way to me. So maybe it'll feel like that to somebody else on a subconscious level.
Cool.
Amy Lee, I was actually having a discussion over the weekend, and your name was brought up as well as Taylor Momsen, Lizzie Hale, and Dorothy. And it was because we were watching the pregame for the NCAA Final Four, and they had a giant Miley Cyrus concert. Now, so I don't want to knock Miley Cyrus at all, but she was, for the masses, the female representation of rock music. And I was, and I listened to her album, and I like it.
He likes her a lot.
And I do. And so that's why I'm saying I'm not knocking Miley, but I was like, I was a little bit perplexed on why they're having her represent rock and roll when she is not classically known as a rock artist. And I thought, man, Amy Lee would have been perfect for this. Lizzie Hale would have been perfect. Taylor Momsen, Dorothy. Yeah. There had so many, other, I thought, better representations of rock music. And I wasn't sure what your thoughts were on her being a rock act now. And I'm not asking you to knock anything either.
Yeah, and again, without knocking her with you, I'm with you on that. I feel like it has to do with the people in place that are putting those kind of productions together. They need to hire you guys. They need if there's a place where rock music is going to be represented. There's so much rock music with millions of fans. Like, rock is no way dead. Like, it is full alive. But we need people in the positions of power and placement to recognize and tap into that rock world instead of always trying to make it, well, what'll just get the most people, that have heard this name before or whatever to care about it. That just feels a little bit like a
manufactured,
a business move, a corporate move.
Yeah, no, that's exactly
like, how do we
it.
get the numbers?
Yeah.
That's always frustrating. It's cool to be the underdog, but at the same time, it's like, well, rock is real. There are people out there that like it. Give it a chance for sure.
Yeah, but my wife did bring up the point that she is, she's a different name out there, and so maybe she is going to be that entree, right? Maybe somebody's going to watch her, listen to her, and go, well, hang on a second, I like this style of music. And maybe somebody...
Take a deeper dive.
Maybe somebody who wouldn't have known about Evanescence is now all of a sudden introduced as a result of that. I was like, okay, well, that's a healthy perspective, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
And Casey brought up all the great female rockers that are out there now, and I always kind of think of you as you, for me and for us, I think here represented the turn where we were like, we had obviously legendary voices in rock, but you represented this next wave that I think is still going on. You were the flashpoint, I think, and it seems like your contemporaries, and I've read interviews with all of them where they cite you as that step-off point. That has to come with a bit of pride.
That's really cool. It's so much cooler doing all of this now, later on in life, with the experience and the respect that comes along with just doing it for a long time and surviving so much. Yeah. It's I would way rather be where I am now than what it felt like when we were starting out.
Yes. Yeah.
It's badass. It's incredible. There are so many people that came before me, that have influenced me. So many rad women. It's not like I'm like this one pillar of rock. There have been women in rock from the beginning.
Yeah, but you had a style which I kind of see as almost like dominatrix-esque. And let me explain, because they incorporate pleasure and pain.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so the instrumentation is the pain and your voice is the pleasure. You have this smoothness about you, and then there's that raw edge of the music that go
Operatic.
together. So, I mean,
Contrast.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
about
yeah.
the contrast.
So-
On a visual, audio, whatever level, I like to hear two really different things coming together to make that beautiful swirl.
And as I want to be the first one who has ever called you a dominatrix. Has anybody ever done that?
Oh, you're not the first.
We're on Zoom with Amy, so we can see her in
Yes.
the room that she's in. Are those Care Bears and Smurf dolls behind you?
Yeah. What's your pleasure? 80s toys.
Do you have any My Little Ponies? Because Kathy was never allowed to have a My Little Pony when she was a kid.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh, wait, we're going to take a look. She's taking the camera over. I'll describe to the audience.
God, she
My Little Ponies. Several My Little Ponies.
I try to keep it in perspective so like the Grammys and the awards have like dolls all around.
It's like in front of a gold record and a Grammy. There's a My Little Pony. Several.
Wait, and I love the Care
I got
Bears.
My Little Pony climbing the Grammy right now.
Oh my
The
God.
Raggedy Ann up there.
Amy, I used to go to my neighbor's house and play with the neighbor because she had My Little Ponies. And for whatever reason, and it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to have them, but my mom never got them for me. And I was traumatized as a kid. I
Your
really
mom probably
wanted
thought they
them.
were sinful or something.
That's really funny. I honestly, like, I didn't have that many toys as a kid, but there was, I don't know why, like, there's so many cool 80s collectible. I mean, it's not like.
Or so. And there it is. Let's do this.
Hey, it's 7:56. Preston and Steve, for our viewers, remind everybody what BirdBot is. Preston, you wanna do that?
Was a bit of an experiment that we tried a few years ago, especially in 2018 when we won a championship with the Eagles. And it is a created tub that you can see in the background.
It's a
here.
bird.
It's a bird.
It's an eagle.
It was a riff on a thing called Hitchbot, which was an experiment to see if this public-fueled transfer could happen. And they made this little creature, Hitchbot, and it was supposed to go from Boston to San Francisco. It made its way to Philly, and then it was destroyed by the good people of Philadelphia.
Just destroyed.
So we wanted to correct that, and we created BirdBot, and that was successful. The bird made it via the hands of our listeners to Minneapolis and back, and we won. And this one made it to New Orleans and back, and we won.
2 for 2 for BirdBot.
Yep.
Oh, so you guys have to do this now every time.
Oh, you better believe it.
Yep.
How do you organize the transportation? Does it just happen organically, Steve?
That's exactly it. And that's the whole beauty of this. So it's created. Our chief engineer, Greg Monahan, put it together. As you can see, with technologies from around the world and a couple of orders to Amazon. We have this high-tech piece of equipment. But the whole idea, guys, is that we just Nick handed it off by the NovaCare complex, when we started the whole journey, and then it went all the way down to New Orleans and back by the goodwill of the fans of the Eagles. And look what happened. We won a Super Bowl. So honestly, in a way, it's a victory for the Preston and Steve show.
It is, because that's amazing.
Yeah.
Is this BirdBot and Buc-ee's? What are we?
Yeah. So listener Helen is the one who brought it to you guys while you were in New Orleans as well.
Yes.
Helen had BirdBot for quite a while. She kind of took over the New Orleans ownership of BirdBot, but she made sure it got around to tons and tons
Everywhere.
and tons of people and Eagles fans, and everybody signed it and put stickers on it and took pictures with it and just made it this thing to get excited, even more to get excited.
There's hundreds of signatures on this and stickers on this. And I mean, as with BirdBot 1, it's kind of a chronicling of the joy, enthusiasm of and just the general fandom for the Eagles. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So will BirdBot then be going to the parade?
Oh, yes. We are going to be at the Cambria Hotel broadcasting live, 219 South Broad Street, and there's a balcony that we'll be up on just above the crowd, and BirdBot will be in full display for that. Yep.
Love that.
That's a good spot there on South Broad.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, well, I guess we'll see you guys Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see you guys
Yeah.
there. All right. Thank you so much, Mike and Alex. All right. So hopefully those guys will come by. We're hoping that while we're doing the broadcast, we'll be able to have some friends pop in and say hello. It's going to be kind of tough because it's going to be extremely crowded where we will be.
And we're in an active hotel. It's not like it's a theater or something, so you can't just wander in and be a part of it.
So the parade doesn't start till 11. We'll be done with our show by then, most likely. But Pierre Robert takes over. I mean, he's really the source of where you want your information about sports. So
we're hoping that we get those fans that wander by, perhaps some celebrity fans that you know who are also friends of ours who might wander by the site. But in general, if it's a repeat, if it's anything a percentage like the first parade, it's going to be freaking awesome.
I had an appointment in the city yesterday, and as I was leaving, Steve, I drove up the Parkway, from City Hall area through, up towards the Art Museum. And the center lanes of the Parkway are already closed.
Yeah.
They're already setting it up. And then, they're getting the porta potty set up and the fencing and everything like that. And it was just, it just brought a smile to my face. Like, even though it slowed down traffic and it made it a little more difficult getting out of the city, I was like, man, this place on Friday is just going to be, and it's going to be cold but beautiful on Friday.
It'll be by the way, I did a little checking. It'll be about 15 degrees warmer than it was. It was about 21, 22 degrees.
Well, perfect.
When we had the
2018.
in 2018. The sun makes the difference.
Yeah.
Just the general zeal makes the difference. And correct me, so that was Thursday that was that time around.
Yep.
Did schools in Philadelphia close?
I'm sure they did.
They had to, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Or at least at a late start or something.
This is
like
Friday
that.
of a long weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Valentine's Day.
And Valentine's Day.
There's a lot going on, a lot of a confluence of events. So,
Yes.
But we'll be at Cambria Hotel, so hopefully we'll get a chance to see it while we are there. We skipped our traffic. Let's take a look at that now. Nick is filling in for Kathy today. What's going on, Nick?
Yeah, not too bad out there this morning, Preston. The side roads and the back roads are still a little bit snow covered, but the main roads are actually doing all right. There's some slow traffic on the Vine Street Expressway. That's westbound the length from 95 to the Schuylkill Expressway, and then Schuylkill eastbound from Montgomery Drive down to University Avenue. Schuylkill westbound from the Boulevard out to Gladwin, and then 29 both northbound and southbound of the Great Valley Parkway. There's an accident. That's in Chester County. That area is slow, so if you're on 29 north and southbound right at the Great Valley Parkway, you can avoid that area. There's also that road construction in the Great Northeast between the Boulevard and Bustleton. That's because of the plane crash from a couple of weeks ago. And then there's this down utility pole. This is on Hilltown Pike, so both Hilltown Pike, both northbound and southbound between Keystone Drive and Limekiln Pike. That is closed. This Driving Report is brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MAD. You can call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
It's brought to you this morning by Family and Company Jewelers. You can get her the perfect gift. It's a Valentine's Day made easy at South Jersey's Diamond Destination. Family and Company Jewelers. Shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. A South Carolina man who was arrested in connection with the fatal shooting of his brother may have left behind an incriminating to-do list. Charles Gordon Perry was arrested after his brother David Perry was reported missing before he was found dead of a gunshot wound in a warehouse. Evidence found near the scene, including a backpack containing a gun, led police to the elder Perry brother, who showed up at the warehouse while police were there, asking if his brother was having a medical emergency. Police said in a report at the time that Perry allegedly had red spots on his shoes that looked like blood. Among other evidence found at the warehouse was a handwritten list of items. And it was a notepad that reportedly resembled a to-do list with the words including gun, kill cameras, unique pants, unique shirt, long sleeve, unique socks, hammer, to do, leave phone, leave iPad, home, burn clothes, rag suit, clean and toss casings, and gun.
This will be the best murder ever.
They requested a warrant to force Perry to provide a sample of his handwriting. An employee who had familiarity with his handwriting for several years allegedly identified it as Perry's. After David Perry had been found dead, Charles Perry was questioned by police when he arrived at the warehouse.
Remember to deny murder, even though I absolutely committed it.
Perry was confronted with the backpack containing the gun, which he had found down. Police had found down the street. He reportedly admitted that the backpack and its contents belonged to him, but said he hadn't seen the gun for about 2 days.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It was during the interaction that police noticed red spots on his shoes and pants. Police also discovered that 2 hours of security camera footage were missing from the system.
Of course.
And he was charged with murder and possession of a weapon during a violent crime. A pervert who was caught stealing and sniffing children's socks at a Utah funplex is facing numerous felony charges after police searched his residence and electronic devices, and they found multiple files of child pornography. The probe of Roland Edward Brown began last year after an employee of the Rush Funplex called cops to report that a suspicious male was stealing socks at the entertainment venue.
Oh, disgusting.
So a police investigation revealed that Brown stole multiple children's socks. Additionally, Roland was seen sniffing the stolen socks and taking multiple pictures of children playing. Alarmed by his concerning behavior, cops secured a search warrant for his home, and during the search of his devices, it was found that he had multiple files.
Did he have a to-do list as well?
No, he did not.
Sniff socks.
Investigators also discovered several images of children around the area trying on shoes or just the children's feet. Brown was arrested and charged with 10 counts each of aggravated sexual exploitation of a minor and sexual exploitation of a minor. At the beginning of deer season, Texas game wardens caught a man who was hunting on a piece of property without the landowner's consent. Game wardens had been investigating since the previous deer season, but they weren't able to catch the man. They were not able to catch the man after they found the unusual blind that he had that was made out of a converted porta potty.
So his deer blind was a porta potty.
Mm-hmm.
What did he put, like branches on it?
He spray painted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like camouflaged up a porta potty.
Exactly. Yep. So they set up a camera along the property line in hopes that the hunter would return. And sure enough, on the first day of deer season, he showed up and the camera caught him walking to his makeshift stand. Game wardens confronted the man, who they say admitted to hunting without permission. He was charged and removed the blind and feeder from the property.
A porta potty deer blind.
A Metropolitan police officer is facing a misconduct hearing after allegedly farting in a female officer's face. This took place in England, by the way.
Okay.
Wayne Sansom and Ben Jeffries are accused of breaching standards of professional behavior between 2020 and 2023, according to a misconduct hearing.
He farted in my face.
Good.
It's alleged that between 2020 and 2023, Jeffries made multiple inappropriate and discourteous comments to multiple colleagues on various
What seems
occasions.
to be the problem here, ma'am?
Well,
He farted in my face.
These included sexual remarks and remarks that were motivated by race and sexuality. And then Jeffries was also accused of taking an inappropriate image of himself on a female colleague's phone before sending an unsolicited, inappropriate picture to the same colleague using WhatsApp. Sansom allegedly made multiple inappropriate and discourteous comments to two colleagues, including comments about female sexuality and inappropriate sexual remarks. And he also, quote, broke wind close to a female colleague's face in November of 2021. The Met says the identity of the victims and witnesses may be protected. During the hearing, the behavior of Sansom and Jeffries is alleged to amount to breach of the standards of professional behavior relating to discreditable conduct.
Now, that's a lot to just deal with someone farting in your face.
Don't fart in somebody's
He
face.
farted in my face.
All right, and one last story. A man who accidentally threw away a hard drive containing 8,000 Bitcoin tokens.
Oh, yeah, this story.
More than a decade ago is hoping to buy the dump where he lost his fortune. An estimated $700 million is sitting on the hard drive in the Newport Docks Way dump after James Howell's partner mistakenly threw it out during a spring cleaning in 2013.
So, okay. What are the odds that everything is retrievable on this hard drive?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So it was recently announced that the dump will be closed in this year with a new solar farm expected to be installed on the land. But Howells has said that Newport Council has backed down on what it previously cited as a reason for not allowing him to search the dump. He said, the council planning on closing the landfill so soon is quite a surprise, especially since it claimed at the high court that closing the landfill to allow me to search would have a huge detrimental impact on the people of Newport, while at the same time they were planning to close the landfill anyway. I would be potentially interested in purchasing the land. He wants to buy the whole thing.
Buy it so he can look for, $700 million.
He said, I have discussed this option recently with the investment partners, and it is very much on the table. Mr. Howells mined the 8,000 Bitcoin in 2009 at almost no cost to himself. He forgot about it, storing it in a black trash bag until its value surged at $9 million several months later. By then, it was gone. The hard drive is now buried somewhere among 350,000 tons of trash.
So has he made, I assume he's made some efforts to get in there at all, or has he been allowed access?
I don't know if he's been allowed access or not. But
because, it's insane.
Despite offering to pay the council over $10 million if it is recovered, the council said that finding it is unlikely and would harm the environment and cost millions of dollars with no guarantee of that money being reimbursed. I mean, it's massive. I mean, the likelihood of finding it is insane.
A needle in a haystack. Yeah.
All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. Actor Morris Chestnut will be joining us a little bit later on the 9 o'clock hour, and more to come.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
It's only the 80s. It happened later, too, with Pokemon and Beanie Babies and everything else. But, when I got to be a teenager and all that stuff was like at flea markets and cheap, I was like, I'm buying every toy that I ever wanted now.
Yeah, now that you can afford it, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Amy, with the new record and new music, what are your thoughts on touring and what it's going to be like over the next few months? Because so much of that is up in the air for so many different acts.
Yeah, we're not going to be out there this summer, but we are making plans for the end of the year. And I just can't wait. It's been just this thing where we keep making plans, and this is like with tour and everything else over the last year and a half almost now. You just keep making plans and keep having to push them back, and then you just keep making them again and keep making them again and keep, waiting for that time when you don't have to postpone it again. So we just keep making plans. Yeah. And I feel like now, we're in a different situation than when we were in last year when we just kept pushing it back, hoping for something. Now there's a vaccine. Now things are changing. I've already gotten my first shot. We're headed towards the end of not being able to do it anymore. So we are going to unleash the fury. I am so ready to get out there and just play and feel what it feels like to be on stage, just immersed fully in music with a group of hot and sweaty people. Don't you want that so bad?
Yeah,
right now?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, when was the last time you played our MMRBQ? How many years? Obviously, it wasn't last year. Was that 2 years ago? 2019. Yeah, because I had a great memory of being in the commissary, if you will, and I believe they might have been serving kielbasa sausage, and I started singing Tenacious D, and you were there, and you actually sang with me a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your butt cheeks is warm.
Yes.
That was our road trip music. We were just on that road trip. It was all Tenacious D,
That's awesome.
all of it. I'm an old school fan from the cable days.
Yeah, the HBO show.
They played the MMRBQ one year, and they were it was a festival. Yeah. It was a festival, another festival that we did, and nobody really knew them except the musicians, and it was wild to see that. The audience was like, "What in the F?"
It was before Jack Black was a household name, man.
Every band was lined up stage side, and they were like freaking out. It was just hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny because it's one of those things, right? Like Spinal Tap, where bands get it on a level where especially with the Tenacious D, their musicianship is so good.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes it so funny. Like all the details of talking about writing a song and everything, you just relate to it. Yeah. That's right. And it actually sounds great.
It does. They're really great. And Pick of Destiny is just you can watch that over and over again. I wanted to ask you when you're performing, when you're getting back to the concert dynamic, what's the better scenario? You're able to roll out the music, and a lot of your listeners have heard it. They're perform live with that energy, or they come already pre-schooled on the music because they've been listening to it over and over again off of the album.
It's cool when they know it a little bit. That one of the cool things about this situation is we're going to be going out there playing the new album.
Right.
And by the time we're able to be up on stage playing it, the fans have been living it with it for a year.
Right.
I mean, we started releasing the songs, already a year ago now. So it won't be that, ooh, what's this one? I haven't heard it before. I mean, it'll be cool to hear it live, but they'll know the words. And I think that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah. I remember when I would be going to a concert, I would take a little bit of time to do the work, to get the album and listen to it, and then go. It's a completely different experience. And were you the same way when you were pre-rock star? Yeah.
Yeah. Even now, like if we're going to go to a show and it's a band that like a friend wants to go to that I don't really know that well, or I know like the hits, but I don't want to be that person.
Yeah.
Like you always jam that album that day when you're like getting ready to go, just so you're kind of familiar with what's going to happen. It makes it more exciting when the songs you like do happen.
It serves you better as you're paying for this ticket. Yeah. You know, you're going to get more out of it if you listen to the material. I remember Rush had done a tour, and it was a concept album that they had, and they said they were going to mainly just be playing music from that. So I did my work. I listened to it. I loved it. Our boss did not listen to it. He thought it was a lousy concert. I thought it was an awesome concert. So that can be the difference. You got to listen to the material.
I totally agree.
Hey, I wanted to ask because Taylor Momsen's name came up, Lizzie Hale's name came up. There are a couple of the featured backup singers on this album. There are several people that you brought on board, and all of this done remotely. How was that? I mean, just a quick phone call and they're in type of thing?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It wasn't completely remote. That was when we were recording Use My Voice, it was right before the shutdown. It was the beginning of last year. So we recorded in Nashville. That's where Nick's studio is. And Lizzie, and they live here. So it was easy for her to come by, like check out the song, get in the booth. And Dina Jacob from Viridia, my friend who helped me actually write a little bit of the song, she could come in. She lives here. So we did that. But also I just like texted and called a couple friends and was like, I don't know, do you want to lay a vocal down on this? And everybody said yes. And
awesome.
Really cool.
You guys all have your own style and all shine in your own ways. But when you're watching Lizzie, do you kind of sit there and go, a little less? Don't destroy me on this. Sure, her voice is
I hear
so
Lizzie
powerful.
and I'm like, turn that girl up.
That's so cool that you guys all live out there. That's just one of those cities that I need to get to.
Are you in Nashville?
Yeah, I am now. Wow. I was in Brooklyn for 13 years. It's weird. It's different, but it's good. We're closer to my parents here.
Hey, I wanted to listen. I don't know if you have the details, and if you do, if you're allowed to give them out or not. But you are going to be announcing a streaming concert next month. Can you talk about that right now or no?
I don't know. I haven't talked about it yet because I didn't think I was supposed to, but you just spilled beans.
Feel free to get in trouble because of us.
Nobody's listening.
We're working on it. We're just now talking about the set list. So we are doing something. Yes.
Okay. I've watched a lot of streaming concerts over the last year, and it is, I mean, there's some really, really great things. I'm a huge Fish fan, and Trey Anastasio did a run of shows at the Beacon, and what they did, which I thought was really, really cool, is they performed towards the back of the stage, right? And so and then they lit up all the seats behind them. I mean, just are you talking like, just visuals alone, because obviously the music's going to, speak for itself, but the visuals alone, I thought that was a really cool visual.
That is really cool. That's a good idea.
Hey,
we still have to figure out what we're going to do exactly.
When you're putting the set list together, what's most important, opener or closer to you? What do you think?
That is a difficult question.
Yeah.
The opener is really important. I'm tempted to say the closer, but honestly, like the way you start the show really sets up the whole energy of the night. If you come in strong, like that is going to just get everybody to buy into everything else you're about to do. So I think starting is really important, but ending's important too, because whatever you end with, that's what's going to be in everybody's head for the rest of the night.
I saw a Cheap Trick one time, and they opened with, I want you to want me. And we were like, whoa! And I still remember that to this day. I mean, that blew me away.
There's a lot that can go into, there's a lot behind those moves, I think. That's a statement. It's like, if you guys came to just hear this one song, you can leave now.
We're
the rest of the show is for the fans. You guys want to go to the bathroom, just go. Get to the back. This is for the fans now. That's what that says to me.
We had a show one time, and we won't mention the band, but the band opened and closed with their hit at the time. It was like it was a weird thing.
Well, it was the New Radicals, and they really didn't have much material, and that's a great song. You get what you get.
Absolutely, yeah.
But hey, I wanted to, and I don't know if we've talked to you since you guys released your cover of The Chain, But what an amazing rendition of that song. And I just wanted to thank you for doing that, choosing to do that and releasing it. Yeah.
And ballsy, too.
Yeah.
You know? I mean,
Thanks.
that's a bold shot at a song that's got its own identity for sure. It was awesome.
Totally. Man, it felt really good to do. Our band is made up of people. We all have a little bit of a different taste in music, and we all like different things. And, you know, some of that contrast between us is what makes it great. But one place that we all super agree is Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah.
So to be able to go in and for us all to just be like, yes, like equally excited to have the opportunity to do it was really cool. And my thought on covers is always find a new way, like make it somehow like really your own, because if it's really just going to be another version of the original, like that's just, I don't know, I want to go hear the original then, like that to me is like that
You're just reminding people of a version they like better, which is it's the problem.
Like bring a new perspective to the table and see if you can show, you know, another potential interpretation of the music. So that song definitely, you know, it's different. It's very different from the original. I really like it.
You mentioned each band member having their own taste, and then confirm or deny, is your number one pie choice these days pecan pie, and how did that happen?
You guys research deep. Far on Instagram.
Can you confirm or deny?
Confirm. I love pecan pie. I mean, I like food in general. I'm a food person, but I think that was like last Thanksgiving or something. I was like, okay, I'm making a mark in time. Like, this is my favorite. I'm tired of playing around. This isn't a joke anymore.
So you pronounced it pecan pie, which is how I say it as well. Steve says pecan.
Yeah.
So then where are you from? Where did you grow up that you got that pronunciation?
I actually grew up all over. My dad's was in radio for 30 years, so we're kind of a no dialect family. South Florida is where I grew up as a small child, but then Illinois and then Arkansas. But I mean, I've lived everywhere, kind of.
All right, what did he do in radio?
Pecan. We say pecan.
Pecan. What did he do in radio?
He did what you do. He was a DJ, program director, morning show.
Oh. Wow.
We traveled. That's why we moved around a lot, you know, just different jobs.
Wow, cool. Excellent. Well, listen, we're excited about the prospect of maybe, you know, a streaming show coming up, and obviously you doing the live stuff, which is going to be fantastic, and the new album is great. So, Amy Lee, congratulations to you, the rest of the guys in the band.
Thank you.
And just keep doing what you're doing, and we love it, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you in person again.
Yes.
Excellent. The Bitter Truth, Amy Lee, Evanescence. Thank you very much. And thanks for coming on this morning. So, wow. She's so cool.
She's awesome.
I love it. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
Wow. There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of I count that as chips and dip. I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah,
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is actually bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum.
3WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. So we had the story just a moment ago in the Bizarre File. This guy who had a hard drive that was thrown away by accident. He had 8,000 Bitcoin tokens, supposedly an estimated like $700 million worth of that stuff. And it's now in a landfill with over 350,000 tons of trash, and he wants to be able to go in and scour through and see if he can find that.
Like literally scour every square inch.
And I was thinking about how impossible that would be, because I've had, and I'll feel free to call in if you've ever had to pick through the trash for something. Because there was a time where I went looking for something in just one garbage bag. And I thought, okay, this should be no problem. I'll be able to find what I'm looking for. So it was at the time, to show you how dated this story is, the movie Dick Tracy was out.
Oh, wow. With Madonna and Warren Beatty.
And McDonald's had done a promotion. McDonald's and the fast food restaurants used to do promotions all the time, these cash promotions.
I worked there. There was like $1 million prize associated with it. Yes.
So I didn't think I won $1 million, but I did thought that I had a piece that was worth $10,000.
Okay.
Wow.
I think it was the flat top.
The flat top.
I remember this promotion.
Yeah, so it was looked like a stamp, essentially. And you had a board, and you kept these things with it, and if you got the right ones, and you won this money. And I remember seeing it. I remember seeing the picture of the winning stamp later, and I realized, I'm like, oh my God, that's one I threw away in my own apartment.
Right.
So I thought it'd be no big deal to go through the trash. Oh my God. I went through one bag of trash. I didn't even make it like halfway through it, and I quit.
You gave up.
Really?
Which is stupid, because it could have been $10,000 in there. But dude, I was going through, like, I think actually it might have been it was a trash bag at work. And dude, there's like coffee grounds.
What work are we talking?
It was a radio station.
Okay.
It was my first radio station I worked at. And just all the garbage, just used snot rags and just but it was the coffee grounds that got me, because those things go everywhere.
Yeah.
And I dug through there, I didn't find it, and I bailed on it. And it was at that point I realized that I would never be able to pick through the trash to find something ever.
Think of 350,000 tons of landfill.
Yeah,
Now,
exactly.
mind you, it wasn't a Dick Tracy promotion. He's looking for almost close to $1 billion, what he perceives as close to $1 billion. Did you, when you were going, just on methodology, when you were going through, did you lay it out on the floor?
I tried. I tried to take every bit out a little bit, because it was a very small piece that I was looking for. And at some point, I just said it wasn't worth it, which is dumb. But then again, part of me was going, it probably wasn't the piece anyway. This ain't worth it. But I was wondering what would be worth it for me.
Yeah.
If we're talking about cash value, what would be, now obviously if it's like your phone or something, you got all your contacts. You know, you want to have your pictures. If you don't have everything on the cloud, you're going to go in and find that.
You remember,
but if it were money, if there was $100, in filth muck, would that be enough for me to go through and pick through it? I don't know.
$700 million would.
Well,
Yeah, we do that for $700
Lenny Dykstra, we talked about the story of him being spotted going, and in fact paid someone to help him go through a dumpster to find his dentures. Now, the dentures seemed to be inordinately expensive. It's something like $8,000 or I don't know how expensive dentures are, but yeah, so he did that and eventually found them in a dumpster outside a restaurant.
Let me go. Hang on. Speaking of dentures, I'm going to go to Austin, because he's got a call. Hey, Austin, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what's up, man?
Call will be recorded.
Oh, it's being recorded. That's okay. We're all right.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. What's up, bud?
Yeah, so my dad, me and my brother were eating outside of a Wawa in New Jersey, and he left his dentures in a hot dog container, and he didn't realize he didn't have them until we drove away, and we got almost home. We drove back, and he goes rooting through the trash. Me and my brother are rolling on the floor laughing at him. Hey, get out of the trash, you homeless bum. And he's done that on more than one occasion.
Did he? Well, two questions. Why were his dentures removed to eat a hot dog?
Yeah.
Well, he had like the bottom bridge style ones.
Oh, I see. Okay. And did he eventually find them?
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah.
Man, wow. Oh, yeah. I don't know, Preston. You're talking a public Wawa with all the stuff gets thrown in there?
Yeah. So people were walking by while he's picking through the trash, and you guys were busting his balls.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
love it.
and it was like lunchtime. It was rush hour.
Oh, that's great.
See, I'm more inclined to get home. If it had been your garbage can at home for your flat top stand, Preston, that's your stuff. That's your snot rag. That's your stuff. When it's the Publix, no.
Yeah, it's a different story. All right, thanks, Austin. Appreciate it.
I've talked about it before, but like trash juice, whatever the hell that is, man.
What is that?
Yeah, dude, I don't know, man.
It's delicious.
I can't stand even looking at it. Or like
the smell.
Yeah, the smell. Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go next to Ryan. Hey, Ryan, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Hey, Preston, Marilyn, and Steve.
Nice throwback. What's up, bud?
My daughter was at school, middle school. She threw her phone away in the lunchroom, didn't realize it till afterwards. I get a call from the assistant principal with her in the background crying. So I go to the school, and they tell me they threw them away, so it's in the dumpster in a trash bag. And the janitor stood there, told me, I'm not telling you can't go through it, but if you want, you can. So I'm standing there, the janitor's watching me. There's bees all over all the trash bags that I'm digging through. I did find it, and
did you call the phone?
Huh?
Did you call the phone to locate it?
We have like a tracker on the phone, so I knew it was in there. I called it, but she doesn't put her ringer on. Kids don't put their ringers on.
Right.
So, the janitor was like, it's either this bag or that bag. So I had to actually physically get in the dumpster, take the bags out. When I'm opening the bags, I'm like swatting away bees. It was horrible.
Yeah.
$700 for a phone. It was worth it.
Yeah, 700's cheap these days.
Yeah.
You go a grand and above.
Damn.
Wow, man.
Thanks, Ryan.
You know, that raises a good point, though. Why not at this point in time, you have that physical switch to mute the ringer, why can't you remotely activate the ring capability? In other words, if
With
you're trying
what, though?
So in other words, make it part of the software so that you can...
Yeah, if you have like a family plan,
You punch in a code and you can override the physical... You set a code that allows you to make the phone ring if it's on vibrate. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know, but what are you using to activate that with?
You would use a code from another phone or your
Another
laptop.
phone.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right. So you could like use your friend's phone,
Right.
and call that number.
Call the phone and punch in
then
a code.
Hit in a code that would then act. Yeah,
Override
I
it.
think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Yep.
That's a real good idea. I have mine on mute all the time because
I do
we're-
too.
Because we're in here.
Yeah.
And so we have our phones on mute all the time, and therefore I just forget to turn it. I would forget to turn it off to mute it if I came in here, and
Right.
then we'd have to deal with that all the time. So I just leave it on all the time, and I lose my phone at the house
Do you?
all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
And my kids will be like, "You want me to call the phone?" I'm like, "It's not gonna ring."
So we try FaceTiming because at least that, like when you get a FaceTime, it's like,
Okay,
It's
a
true.
different kind of vibration.
yeah.
When you use the Find My app, it'll force a like a chirp.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let me go next to Shelby. Hi, Shelby. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Shelby?
Nothing. I was going to tell you about the tragic story about my mom losing both her wedding ring and her engagement ring
Wow.
in the trash by accident.
Oh, no.
Separate occasions or in one fell swoop?
One fell swoop. So we were getting our house ready for a house showing, and my mom had a habit of always taking off her rings and putting it on a tissue paper. And one day she was getting it ready and making sure the house was extra clean, and she tossed that tissue in the trash. And we never saw it again. She dug through all the trash bins. We don't know what ever happened to it.
So you clearly knew. So she knew it had been thrown away before the garbage had been. So the garbage was thrown out, but it hadn't been hauled away. Correct?
I think that there was one trash bag that did get hauled away.
All right.
Yeah.
Damn.
Trash everywhere.
Yeah,
That sucks. Thanks, Shelby.
I did the same thing, and it was with my ex-wife's engagement ring, and I was cleaning, and she had hidden it in a place where, like in a box in a closet, and I just was cleaning out the closet, and I didn't know that she had hidden it there. She was away on a work trip or whatever. I tossed it away, and I didn't even realize that it was gone and for like a week. So by the time it was gone, like I would have gone through the dumpster to look for it, or certainly gone through our trash to look for it. But By the time we realized it was gone, it was in the bottom of a landfill somewhere.
So, Nick, you're like me, you like to clean out your wife's stuff while she's out of town.
Well, yes. And the closet was messy.
Throw away this jewelry.
But I mean, Steve, it was just buried in the bottom of a box. And she was like, hey, what'd you do with that thing? And I was like, you mean that trash box in the closet?
Oh,
and then that's where the engagement ring was.
Oh, man.
I one time threw away a screw, like a small screw for a battery compartment, a particular type of screw. I wasn't going to be able to go to the hardware store and find this. And I did the Preston. I laid out like in Vince. I laid out all the debris like a crash scene, and I found it in a full garbage bag.
Wow.
But I'm like, no goddamn way. I was not going to die on that hill.
I will go to Jay. Jay works for a trash company. Hey, Jay, good morning, bud.
Morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
That's all right, my man. All right, so this guy wants to go through an entire landfill and find this hard drive. What do you think?
Literally impossible. You figure every trash truck holds about 15 to 20 tons randomly. Once that hits the landfill and they dump all of that trash, they have these giant bulldozers with steel spikes that move it and literally run it over and crush it into the ground.
Wow. Wow.
So for him to do that, he would have to square off an area and then start to excavate that area, literally laying it on top of another area, and it's impossible. He'll never find it, especially over 10 years ago.
Yeah. And you're saying the odds are extraordinarily high that at some point one of those bulldozer treads ran over it and crushed it.
Oh, it absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it, man.
You don't think about that.
So there was, though, a case where they did successfully find something that they were looking for in a landfill. You guys remember Atari made the E.T. video game?
Yeah.
And it was summarily trashed, and they had a whole lot of these games left over, and they threw them away. There was a documentary made on finding this rumored buried treasure trove of Atari video games. And it's a really interesting documentary because they did all their research. They went to the landfill. They researched. So they kept records on what addresses, certain neighborhood areas where that portion of the trash would be taken to on a regular basis. Like they had kind of a grid in the landfill as to, okay, this trash was picked up here. It will therefore be placed in this part of the landfill.
So they actually had it discarded vis-a-vis the regular trash collection system to a regular landfill. They didn't do, okay, wow, I didn't know that.
So
I always thought they dug a hole themselves and bulldozed it in.
No, it was at a landfill.
Oh, all right.
So they went through the records of this.
Wow.
And then that landfill, Steve, I think, if I remember, because it's been a long time since I've seen it, that landfill was closed. They buried it.
Yeah.
And so they had to go digging in certain areas.
That's crazy.
And they pinpointed it.
They
and
found
they
it.
found that
Yeah.
stuff, man. It's actually a really good doc. Nick, did you find the name of that documentary?
I'll find it for you,
Okay,
Preston. I found
because,
the article about it.
It's really good. And Ernest Cline, who wrote Ready Player One, great author, was actually there when they
found him.
they opened it up. Yeah, he wanted to
They
be
were
there.
they were just excoriated for that game. It was supposed to be horrible.
The name of the documentary was Atari Game Over.
All right.
And there were 1.3 thousand ET cartridges in this documentary.
And it also
in New Mexico. Sorry.
It also goes into details about how this guy shouldn't have been beaten up over designing this game the way it was. They put pressure on him to
He
make
was
it
rushed.
quickly.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's really worth checking out.
I remember playing the game. I remember actually beating the game.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it was, I don't remember why or how you ended up
He probably
winning.
had to go home, right?
Let me go to some more calls. People having to dig through the trash. I'm going to go to Kathleen. Hi, Kathleen. You are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Kathleen. What's happening?
So my older brother and my father were avid golfers, and in my brother's teenage years, they were out golfing, and my brother somehow threw his retainer away at the golf course. And my mother, having replaced already 2 or 3 retainers, made him bring all the probable trash bags back to the house and dump it in the driveway to sift through looking for his retainer.
So he collected the public trash bags from the golf course, brought them home, and went through everything.
Sure did, on a nice hot summer day.
Oh, that must have smelled just delightful. Did he find the retainer?
on the floor of the car.
Oh,
Amazing. Oh my God.
Oh, yes.
That's great. That's great.
The same car that you was it the same car that you transported the trash bags to and from?
Believe so.
Oh my God.
That's fantastic.
So it was there that whole time.
Oh my God. This has to be a family story that continues to circulate years later.
Oh, all the time. Every year on Christmas, we pretty much bring it up.
I love it. Thank you, Kathleen. Appreciate it.
Thank
oh my
you.
God. Let's go to Amber. Hi, Amber. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Go Birds.
Go Birds. What's up, Amber?
Hey, so it's a love story that involves a lot of trash, but this is actually my parents, and it was back in '93. I was there, but I was a baby. And long story short, you got to know David and Maria. David will do anything for Maria, especially when she's in her hot Italian rage. So he came home from work, and she swore she couldn't find her engagement ring. She said she tore through everything. She never takes it off. So they hop in the car, load me in, go digging through the dump for a couple hours of flashlights, get home defeated. David goes to take a shower, and where's that ring but on the bathroom sink?
So they spend hours going through garbage, and she never checked there.
Nope. And you know what? There was never an apology, but that's them. They're still
love
married
it.
32 years
Still
later.
married.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate that. Oh, man, that's the worst. Something you're sure of. I would never do that. I would never take that off.
You can
There
never,
it is.
and as they always say, it's always the last place you look.
Yeah.
All right. Up next was Jessica. Hi there, Jessica. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's happening, Jessica?
So this past Christmas, after my son got $150 from my grandmother, and we had family over, packed up, went to do our tour of visiting family, get back home, I can't find the envelope that my son's money is in. So I'm freaking out, can't find it, call my grandmother, tell them to hold the trash. The next night I go over. My grandmother and I are digging through 3 bags of trash, and we couldn't find it. I was like, oh, my God, you got to be kidding me. So I drove all the way back home, looked in my trash, went through it, and it was there.
It was in your
It was in your
So I-
trash.
It was in my trash.
Well, you got the thrill of seeing what your grandmother was throwing out. Or your
Yeah.
It was like all the presents that you got her.
Look at how many adult diapers you go through.
I love it. Thanks, Jessica. This one sounds especially nasty. We have Deborah, who is up next. Hey, Deborah, good morning.
Well, shut the front door.
You're on. What's up?
I'm on. I used to work for the operating room, and we always had to count all our instruments
Yes.
before the case, and you had to count them afterwards. And if you were missing something, you had to dumpster dive. And that means trying to physically get, for a woman, trying to get into the dumpster is one thing, but going through bags of old operating room, you know,
Like medical waste.
Like bandages and bloody stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
you had to find this clamp or whatever the instrument was before you can get out.
let me ask you a quick question, Deborah. Is also part of the counting, I always assumed, to see if something was perhaps left in the patient.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's what she's doing. You got to go through the trash and
Right.
make sure that it's not there, too.
I think you open up the patient first and then you look at the trash.
No. Unfortunately, you just x-ray the patient.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
X-ray the trash.
So did you have to do this, Deborah?
I did.
And were you successful in finding what you were looking for?
I had to. Otherwise, I'd still be in the frickin' dumpster.
You had no option. That would suck. Medical
I had
waste.
no option. And then to get out of the dumpster, I was trying to like put bags on bags, but because they were all open, they were going, you know what I mean? and you just couldn't get out because your bags were going.
Yep. The bags are going. Yeah, you can't get out of your
literally.
the medical waste
So you
really
were
complicates
trying-
it.
So you're trying to get out of the dumpster after you succeeded in your mission.
You didn't want to lounge around?
Nah, not really.
Take a little nap.
And I wanted to go home.
Yeah. And nobody was there to help you, Deborah.
No, I was so alone.
Oh,
Yeah, but how many
alone.
times did they pull a practical joke on you and have you in the dumpster?
Well, we're missing some forceps.
Deborah?
Send Deborah in. All right. Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate it.
Find them.
By the way, the whistles go woo and the bags go.
You know what the bags do.
Let's see. Yeah, we'll go to Andrew. Hi, Andrew. Good morning.
Good morning, you guys rock.
Thank you, Andrew. What's going on, buddy?
So last summer I was at a Phillies tailgate lot, and I'm in the line for the Porta Johns, and from inside one of them we hear this like blood-curdling scream. So obviously we're like, what's going on? This girl opens the door. She's probably 14, 15, and she says, I dropped my phone in there. I said, okay. And she's like, hold the door. Don't let anybody in. So she goes tearing off. Goes, finds her dad. He comes back, and then he has to sift through.
No, he doesn't.
The Porta John, and he found her phone and brought it out.
Oh,
dude, that's like so. I think doesn't Kathy have a story about that?
Yeah.
I think I honestly, Andrew, I think Kathy, she's out today because she's sick, but I think it might have been Dennis, her husband, who retrieved a phone out of a porta pot.
Yeah.
At that point, I'm going old rotary.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Thanks,
there's
Andrew. I
not a
appreciate
chance.
that.
Speaking of Kathy, I saw her diving through the trash last week. I think you might have been there, Steve.
Oh,
what was happening?
Well, we had a little Super Bowl tailgate party here on Friday, and Kathy provided a whole bunch of stuff from Hackme, and she was taking a tray of cupcakes home.
Yeah.
And I think she realized at the last minute that she needed a lid for the cupcake tray.
She did a little trash jumping.
I saw her going through
and
the
of course,
trash.
she was sure that no one was going to see her. You walk out of the studio area, and I walk out of the office at the same time.
Well, what are you doing over there, Ms. Romano?
The cleanest person on earth. Let's see. Dan, former school janitor. Had to have had things like this happen before. Hi, Dan. You're on the air.
Yeah, it's been about 20 years since I've been there.
Wow.
And school's no longer there. Kid came up, I just lost my retainer. I think I threw it in the trash. And it was bee infested. It was a hot summer day.
And?
I found it after 5
You found it after
He just had a
how-
flashback.
Okay. Yeah, right there.
Find it. I can't find it.
Well, I think he said hot summer day, and he was like, hang on, school's not in the summer.
Well,
it was toward the end of school.
Towards the school.
All right, cool. All right, thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. What is it about the retainer? Why do retainers always get thrown away?
Is it? I mean, they're kind of expensive, but like they're not that expensive.
But if they're sitting out, they kind of look like they might be trash, maybe?
What I think it is because you put them on the cafeteria tray when you're eating. And so you just leave it on there, and then you
And
throw
you
the
tip
whole
it
tray
over.
away, and then it goes into the trash with all your your leftover food or whatever.
Having never had a retainer, the retainer always comes out for meals.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
I know in the past I've, and I can't think of any example, but thrown something away that clearly looked like it was garbage and need to be thrown away. You know what I mean? And it
Yeah.
turns out that it's not.
Right.
It's something important. I
Oh
don't
no,
know.
that was a $700 million crypto hard drive.
Right. And by the way, that guy, it was like his friend that threw it away by accident or something along those lines. And
What if I just gave you $700 million?
and he kept it in a trash bag.
Why would you do that?
I do not know. He didn't think it was going to be worth much, I guess. But let's go to Kim next. Kim, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Great. What's up, Kim?
Well, my best friend of longer than 30 years or so let me borrow her deceased grandmother's bracelet for my second wedding.
Okay.
And because it was something borrowed. And so I wore it, and then whatever, I never gave it back to her. A few years go by, I stumble upon it by cleaning up my bedroom. I saw this golden bracelet, and I was like, ugh, I don't wear gold. So I just threw it in the trash. And it looked kind of broken and everything. I was like, whatever, I don't want this. So I threw it away. A few months go by, my friend calls me up and she goes, hey, do you still happen to have my grandmother's bracelet? And I'm like, yeah. So I was thinking of contacting Mascaro's Trash and going and seeing if I can dig around in there and see if I can find it, because it was gone.
Yeah. I mean, at that point. So what'd you do?
Gone.
So then I contacted my cousin, who's actually a jewelry designer, and I said, hey, can you make this bracelet for me? And I found like an old, like grainy photo of the bracelet on my wrist at my wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, ooh, long shot. No, that's probably not going to happen. So I've just been kind of avoiding her.
Right. You know what?
Yeah.
Do something to piss her off and ruin the friendship.
Yeah.
You're, by the way, your grandmother was a whore. And then hang up the phone. Yeah.
I'm like still looking for it. I'm like, I have it. It's somewhere. I'm just.
Oh no!
What if the jeweler recreated the picture right down to the human wrist? Everything's
right?
there.
I was like, so I'm hoping maybe I can find a jeweler eventually to recreate
Wow.
it. No.
Yeah, it's a family heirloom. You got to do something.
All right. Good luck with that, Kim.
I know. Thank you.
All right. We'll see ya. Man, nasty. Talk about a gross thing to go through. Brittany has a story here real quick. Hi, Brittany. Good morning.
Go Birds.
Go Birds. What's up, Britt?
So about I think it was our first or second year into dating, me and my husband, we were walking on the Wildwood Boardwalk at night, and I had a $5 bill in my pocket, but I also had a snotty tissue in there, and I saw a trash can and went to throw away my snotty tissue, and then I guess we went into the arcade or went to buy ice cream or something, and I went in my pocket, and I'm like, my $5 is gone. And I'm kind of like flipping out a little bit, and he's trying to tell me it's only a $5 bill, but I love my money. And then it clicked. I'm like, I threw it away. I remember the texture of feeling my tissue with something else, and that something else was the $5. So I remembered the trash can, and we walked back to it together. It was the middle of the boardwalk, and it has those things on top of it. And I'm like, and I took it off, and I started digging, and
He must be thinking, the woman of my dreams. She keeps snotty tissues and dumpster dives for $5. Did you find it?
Of course I did.
Oh,
and there were
good.
people looking at me, but I did not care. I found it.
By the way, those trash cans on the boardwalk are just, they are, Steve, they are jam-packed.
Really? Yeah.
With just disgusting stuff.
Yeah.
Well, it was $5.
$5. Come on here.
It was a few years ago, so $5
That was
went a long way.
worth $5.
All right. Happy it has a wonderful ending,
Yeah.
Brittany. You got your $5 back. Thank you.
And you can keep I do this. I separate my snotty rag pocket from my money pocket.
All right, what happens if you're in prison and a guard throws away your phone? Let's go to Michael and find out. Hey, Michael, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning to you. How you guys doing this
Good, man. All right, so what happened?
Great conversation, man.
Thanks,
I love
bud.
trash. Let me say that, man. I love you guys too. So I'm in prison in 1999, right?
All right.
And I know a lot of people, so I'm shaking and baking and I'm moving. I'm connected with everybody. Come Friday, one of the counselors loses his phone. He swears one of the inmates stole it.
Okay.
So they locked us down immediately. The counselor lost his phone. This is a big thing. This is 1999, little flip phone. They don't like that type of thing behind the fence for inmates to have. A lot of reasons, you know.
Yes.
So what happens is we're locked down Friday night. Visits are canceled Saturday. Come Saturday night, we're still locked down. Sunday morning, they come to me. Listen, we know you know everybody. You're moving. Help us get the phone so we can let everybody out. Visits are coming. I'm like, nobody got the phone. I've been looking for it myself. I need to make a phone call. I went in on this phone. If somebody got it, I went in. Nobody don't got this phone.
Right.
Hours later go by. Early evening, what happens? What happens? The cop says, let's go to the trash, man. You going in? I said, I'm going in. Now, all the trash from the prisons in the dumpsters, I'm going through the dumpster bag after bag after bag. All the prisoners in the prison, it's a small prison, but all the prisoners are watching out the windows or waiting. The bags are coming out. I bust the bag open. There's a sub. The officer standing next to me. There's the man's cell phone.
Wow.
The cell phone. I raise my hands. The inmates start banging on the window.
It's like the Green Mile.
Burning toilet paper flying down from the...
Listen, I've been through it all. Believe me when I'm telling you, when I tell you this story.
No, it sounds like it'd make a great movie.
Listen, this is how ironic it is.
All right.
Another prison sentence, 10, 12 years later, that man helps me get out of jail 5 years early.
Wow. So the guy you helped out with the phone helped get you out of prison early.
10 years on another sentence 5 years early. 10 years later, got me out 5 years early on another sentence.
Wow, when they hide you in the laundry and sneak you out?
They started cooking the books for the warden after that.
That's right.
Randall Stevens.
Guy's name was Andy. Let me ask you something, and if it's not, if you want to answer, what were you in prison for?
I'm open for anything.
What's that?
I'm open for anything. I love trash.
So what were you in prison for? And how long was the sentence?
At that time, it was for kicking in some windows and stealing some tires.
Okay.
I was young.
All right.
I was desperate at one moment.
Kicking in windows and stealing some tires. 10 years for that.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
No. I only got 6 months on the sentence when I found the phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he strangled a tire.
Something else. That was for a burglary I didn't do.
Oh,
okay.
all right.
Lawyer effed him, Nick.
I thought he was the only innocent man in Shawshank.
Michael, great story. Thanks for sharing, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, that's cool. It's very fun.
All right, we'll see you later. Wow.
It's a different world, man.
It is. Well, this guy wants to go through 350,000 tons of trash to find his $700 million Bitcoin. And so we'll see if they end up letting him do it. But that could take a decade to go through, maybe longer.
Even your most aggressive form or comprehensive form of data retrieval, it's been out in the elements. As was pointed out earlier, it's probably pulverized down into the ground. Man, I don't know. But I mean, the promise of $700 million. Look at some of the great, quote unquote, lost treasures of the world. There are ones that fall well below $700 million.
Yeah, I'd like to know what that guy's worth without it, because he's, trying to buy the actual landfill itself.
Yeah, well, I think he's worked on raising the money. I'm not 100% sure.
You said he had some investors.
Yeah, so he's, that they would get a chunk of that, obviously, if he were to be able to find it. Well, all right. Well, thank you for the calls. Very interesting, entertaining stories. We're going to take a break because we got a guest coming up. We're going to have actor Morris Chestnut on. He's not from Philly. He's a huge Eagles fan.
Massive Eagles fan.
So we will chat with him when we return and get in some other stuff, too. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Yeah, it's very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers, starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So it's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. So
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer. Yeah.
It stays later darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm going to tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
Yeah, I've had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or in
God.
the completely wrong direction. And that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. You've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like,
Okay.
we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
There's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on, that means Darth Vader's my grandfather."
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, "Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be."
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, "What's up?" And just say, "Just get on the plane." And I'll go, "Hey, I thought we could do that." And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, "Okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky?" Like,
Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, "I cannot believe that's going to be Papa." Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the Machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly, people never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He's like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine, and it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up, and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy,
and you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos, I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news, and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we
it's more
spoken?
believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? And I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston.
Wow.
And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there? Can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says.
Thanks, Nick. A little bit, we're going to have actor Morris Chestnut on the program, talk about the show Watson, which is Sunday the 16th on CBS. The big discussion around here, though, amongst us is parking in the city for the parade. Obviously, yesterday they had the official announcements about road closures and times and locations and all of that stuff. We're going to be broadcasting, like we said, from the Cambria Hotel. It's our broadcast partner, 219 South Broad Street. For us, getting in is no problem because we're going to get in, before 5 a.m.
Exactly.
And get set up and get ready to do the show live. But in 2018, leaving the city was a bit of an undertaking for some of us. I was in a parking lot that took over an hour just to get out of. It was a fairly small parking lot too. It wasn't like I was at the link or anything like that, and it took forever to get out.
And I remember actually because I was in the same situation as you, and I was channeling, your mantra when it comes to that sort of stuff, and I was like, because I can get really, really anxious and aggravated and all of that, and I was like, okay. Anxiety and aggravation is not going to get me out of this parking lot any sooner.
There's nothing you can do.
There's nothing I can do
now.
about it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, and it did work for me, but I do not want to go through that again. Having learned what I learned back in 2018, I don't want to go through that again.
So I remember, you commit these things only because, in general, it was a magical day. You remember every aspect of it. And it was. I think we can all agree it's something that we'll never forget, and hopefully that'll be joined by tomorrow. I mean, Friday is another day we'll never forget. But going in early, we are way early, obviously. There were still some people kind of going in to get ahead of the curve, and I parked blocks away linear to where we were broadcasting from. I didn't mind the walk, and I think I was on the street and got a spot. So after everything wrapped up, I walked the route a little bit and then left, and I remember going home and watching the speeches from home. But my goal was to vamoose and avoid that. And so I'd like to try to do that again this year, because I think whatever we looked at the first time around is going to be exceeded substantially this year. I have a feeling.
I feel like it's going to be bigger too, Steve. Partially because it's a Friday. I think partially the people that didn't join in 2018 will want to be there this year. The FOMO from a few years ago.
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be more people this time around.
So the people that didn't make it last time, but there's also, because I've talked to a number of people who were there last time,
and they're going to forego it?
And they're going to forego it. Yeah,
because that was the very first Super Bowl victory. So
understood. Yeah.
And they were saying estimates were 1.5 million people at that one, and they're saying now around 1 million. But who knows what's going to happen until the morning, until that day.
Betting, how do you think it's going to break?
In what way?
More, less?
I think it's going to be a little less.
A little less.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit less. I don't think it's going to be. I think the excitement around this this team and the event and the victory is just as massive as it could possibly be. But I think there's maybe some people who went last time around and they've checked that off of their list.
I got you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I remember in 2008 when the Phillies won the World Series that mass transit in and out of the city was a nightmare. People had a really hard time getting on SEPTA trains and getting home after the parade ended in 2008. I don't remember how mass transit was in 2018.
So I know that because I was listening to Tyrone, and so they have a couple people who live in Jersey that so people that were trying to take the early trains from Jersey, it was like a nightmare getting over here. But then Tyrone was like, No, I stepped on the train at like 10 o'clock and I was fine. You know what I mean?
No kidding.
So, yeah. So for
timing is key.
Timing is key. But listen, a lot of people want to leave early because they want their prime spot.
Right.
Right. So if you don't necessarily care about your prime spot, you just want to, be a part of the crowd or whatever, then I guess you could take your good old time.
So along the route, what would you? So I think we're shifted a little bit this year, and I kind of like where you are because we're on a good vantage point. We had to pull things together last time quickly, and Marissa was able to get us I think a condo that wasn't being used,
right?
And we were up there.
We were at the end of the parade route.
So, given your druthers,
I like where we're at now.
Yeah, I
dude,
I like
we're
in the middle of
2
it all.
blocks from City Hall.
Yeah.
We're like right in the middle of it all.
So
it's going to be excellent.
In 2018, my neighbor from down the shore, they live in Wildwood, so they went up and they basically were at the very beginning of the parade, right? So, basically Broad and Patterson is where they were, and he said they got in and they got out and they were done. You know what I mean? They were home basically before the parade even ended, and they got to see what they wanted to see.
I'm kind of looking for that this time.
And also not for like the people that are in the parade, the Philadelphia Eagles. They have all the juice and all the energy in the beginning of the parade. They're out of the, they're walking alongside the buses and everything like that. And then after a while, like, oh shoot, we got to get back on the bus because we have a schedule. Yeah. But then the other part is like you want to be there for the speeches at the end,
right?
And, Do you guys remember in 2008 we had the haunted horror ride the morning of the Phillies World Series parade?
God.
And then a bunch of us ended up at Club Risque in South Philly or on Delaware Ave or whatever. And then from there, I think I walked. Maybe I got a ride, but I ended up on Broad Street somewhere in South Philly, like 10th and Shunk or 10th and Ritten or something like that. I was just looking at the map. And I liked being in that part of South Philly. And I believe in 2008, the parade was the reverse direction. It started up by City Hall, and then they went down to the ballpark. And that's where they ended.
That was amazing as well.
That's where Chase Utley did the World Effing Champions.
Yeah.
Right?
Man,
no, whatever it is, I'm curious to see how it does break because I was having a feeling. But you guys raised good points. Is that if you've been there, that's checked off the list, and that was the first.
It's still going to be a sea of humanity.
I know, and that's really the joy.
And I don't mind, parking and having to walk 8 or 10 blocks or whatever it is to get where I need to be. It's just what I can't stand is sitting in my car forever with people nudging very, very slowly, trying to move, and people merging or not letting you merge, and I just can't stand that game.
Yeah, I remember getting out pretty effectively last time around. So I hope that happens again.
I wonder if it's beneficial to, for where we're going to be and what time we're going to be there is parking at the sports complex, right there at the train station, take the subway up, to the Cambria, because I assume there's got to be a subway stop that's right there. And then your worst case scenario is that you got to wait to get on the subway, right? And then
so I'm wondering about that. And Preston raised the notion about like a Lyft or Uber, but we're hearing stories about there could be wonky cell phone
that too
issues.
That's the other thing I thought. That's why I kind of second guess that. And Marissa said they're going to be busy. Obviously, everybody who's got a ride share, who's not going to the parade, is going to be working.
Guys, when I got to
money to be made.
When I got to New Orleans, the line for taxi cabs was 10 terminals long.
Whoa,
I waited in line for 90 minutes. The Uber rideshare was $150.
$150.
So not just worry about the surge, but like those cars can't get in either. They're just cars.
Right.
I think there's an underestimation of the younger people that are going to be there. Nick was talking about Ben going down and like tailgating with his friends. I think there's going to be a lot of younger people. When I went down to Broad Street after the NFC Championship, I don't know if I told you guys this. By the time I got there, it was shut down. It was like 9 o'clock and all of Broad Street had been cleared off. But that just meant that everybody was on like 15th Street.
Right.
But there were so many younger people, they couldn't even go into a bar or anything else. So they just kind of were hanging without a spot to be at. So I think there's going to be a lot of that.
It's high school students, young college students, because they can go down, they can party, there's no repercussions, and they can have some fun in the streets.
But SEPTA is free. Did you see that too?
There's a spot. Who's
Kevin Hart?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Grand Coromino.
Mm-hmm.
But like there was those stories that the train would literally go by people because it was full.
Yes.
So if you're all the way at the beginning of it, by the time you're at the third or fourth stop, it was just like completely filled up.
By the way, the lots at the sports complex, Casey, a bunch of people are texting in, they will be closed.
Okay, will they be closed on Thursday night?
I wouldn't risk parking it there overnight.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's a sports complex. There is separate sort of parking for that SEPTA station, right?
That SEPTA station uses the A lot, which is probably part of the sports complex.
Yeah, all of the
But,
lots
like
in
the
the
Navy Yard people use
all the
that.
sports complex parking lots are going to be closed.
Oh, man.
So much for that plan. In fact, we're going to be talking about what exactly we're going to attempt to do after the show today. We have a meeting, but everyone's making their plans. And the one thing we did, having the police officers in yesterday talking about a parade etiquette and safety, travel with your groups, keep your group together, stop anyone from doing anything excessive or dangerous, and just have a good time. And Casey, to your earlier point, it's a Super Bowl parade. It's a victory parade. Whatever might get you agitated on the day, just let it go, because think of where you are and think of that moment in history and in time, and just savor it.
Yeah, our friend Joe Holden from CBS News, he said that Mid-South Philly is the best spot. He says not nearly as many people traditionally. He said also regional rail was crushed. Most trains that morning ran on bypass for stations closest to the city.
One more piece of advice I'm not hearing people say: bring a charger. Get a portable charger. Go buy one now. Make sure it's charged and bring it with you. It'll be a lifesaver once you're down there.
I believe that. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I always have a charged portable battery pack in my bag that has the attachments for any sort of USB or anything like that.
How often do you charge it up?
Preston, I charged it about a month and a half ago. It's still at 82%.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Nice. Looking at the details. And by the way, I don't know where Morris Chestnut is. He was supposed to call us a few minutes ago. So looking at the details in the article, I believe it was in the Inquirer, about what's going on as far as trains and all that stuff. Hang on a second. There were some details I was going to bring up here. By the way, the courts will be closed on Friday, both in person and scheduled hearings for criminal, civil, family, and traffic courts will be rescheduled.
So I was supposed to be in there for a child support issue, which kills me. I don't have children.
That's
people summoned for jury duty on Friday are excused and will not need to report.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know if that means that they're going to reschedule it or not. Trash and recycling.
You're all innocent.
Trash and recycling collection will be suspended on Friday, with the sanitation department operating on a holiday schedule to accommodate the parade. So if you usually have a pickup on Friday, you should instead place your garbage and recycling out on Saturday. So that is a day delayed. And by the way, they use all those trash trucks to block the streets.
They did for the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was cool to be down there and see the quote unquote behind the scenes of how they worked that large event. I think this will dramatically eclipse that.
The city's bike share program, Indigo, will be up and running.
Yay.
You're not going to be able to get too far on those things, are you?
No, there was like 2 seasons where I used to ride those leaving the stadium, and then everybody caught on. They're not going to be anywhere around. They're not going to be available close by.
Yeah. So
I mean, look, it's an amazing system. I'm complimenting it, but it's going to be hard to find them.
I'm bringing my scooter.
Oh, my God.
I'm bringing my scooter with me wherever, because wherever I park is not going to be close to where we're broadcasting, because that's where all the people are going to be.
Yeah.
So I need to be blocks away.
That's my plan. I want to try to be like way far away. I can walk half mile.
Doesn't
whatever
matter.
It is.
Now, I have an idea, if you guys are up for it. If we can order fake paramedic uniforms.
Oh, sure.
All right.
Yeah. EMS.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do
just
that.
a thought.
Yeah. Coming through.
Yeah. We got a bleeder.
Got a clipboard.
We got a
lab coat.
bleeder.
Yeah, lab coat, clipboard,
glasses.
Yeah.
I also think as part of the skipping the gridlock is like parking near like an entrance to a highway.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of the gridlock is people who are just stuck and trying to get out.
I'll do you one
so
better.
You're like trying to come down Chestnut Street while everyone's trying to go up 18th or something like that. And then one person blocks the road and you can't get anywhere.
Marissa, pull off on the shoulder of like 676.
There you go.
Jack up the car.
Okay. All right.
Get out a lug wrench. Put your flashers on.
Yeah. Don't forget to put, for some reason, a white
handkerchief
T-shirt in your window.
How far of a walk is the zoo from where we'll be?
Man.
Well, but Joe right there was saying like Washington Avenue, and they're saying that the Broad Street line is going to start running at 5 a.m.
To be honest, again, I walked the last time around. I parked near the Franklin Institute and on the street, And it was just a couple blocks, Preston. I had no problem with it. And we were good. Now we're a little bit further up, but that's still not a problem.
God, but that's still so close to the Parkway, man. I don't know. I don't know.
I think like parking like 8th Street, like by like Chinatown and that kind of way, then you can get right on 676.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's an hour walk from the zoo to the Cambria Hotel.
Okay.
One time I walked from South Philly here.
What?
I can't remember why, but I had a day and I just felt like giving it a shot. So I walked from the stadiums back here, and now you walk along the West River Drive or Kelly Drive or whatever. It was a beautiful day. I didn't have anywhere to be. It was a nice long walk.
Have you ever taken a long walk out of anger?
Yes.
That might have started the reason.
Oh.
It might have been one of those days.
Yeah. I one time I walked, I don't know, 8 or 9 miles because I was so pissed at my sister. And my parents were out of town or whatever. And I'm just like, I'm out of here.
I'm walking, man.
I'm walking.
Yeah.
I did about 18 miles. I did to a mall. This was high school girlfriend fight. Yeah. And F it.
So from the mall home or
from all day
to the mall, the Walt Whitman Mall. And I remember walking back thinking, I should have made peace.
Dude, all right, one of my best friends, he and his wife, I'm going to share this story on the air. I don't care if they want me to or not. But this is back in their dating days.
Right.
And it was well before they were married, and they got into some kind of an argument, and they were, Nick, they might have been in South Philly or something like that. They live in Montgomery County, and he was like, we were getting in a shouting match or whatever, and he's like, let me out. Just let me out here. I'll walk home.
Out of the car.
Yeah, out of the car.
Yeah.
And the line that gets thrown back at him to this day was, I guess he had been drinking or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm very resourceful.
Is one of these people associated with comedy?
We throw that at him every now and then. This is Will and Lori.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I'm very resourceful.
Did he walk the whole way?
No.
Oh, okay.
I forgot how he got out
I'm
of there.
curious as to the resolution of your long, angry walk at your sister. Did you cool off?
Well, I walked so far that, and I forgot where my parents were, but I went to a neighborhood where we used to live like years and years and years before. And, they were livid that it was my sister's fault. She was just being a hardcore bitch. I forgot about what.
Round trip, how far? Was it full?
I said it's like 8 or 9 miles.
Wow.
It was a long way, man. I mean, to be walking, especially as a kid. I was like in 7th grade or something like that. But I was just so mad. I was like, I had to walk it all off.
I was in high school.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was 2014 or 15 for me. So it was a rough couple of years.
I think the longest I've ever walked is like maybe 8 or 9 miles. I did the AIDS walk back in the day. Used to be an 8-mile walk.
What about like some of the hikes out west, like Angel's Landing and whatever?
Angel's Landing isn't that long. I mean,
Okay.
it's just straight up, kind of. And even the hikes we did in the Grand Canyon, they were just short little, 1-2 hour hikes or whatever.
Okay.
I did walk the entire Wildwood Beach this past summer. I was like, I've never done that before.
Was
So
it
I
the
went
length
from
of the
Diamond
island?
Beach? Yeah, from Diamond Beach all the way up to the as far as you can go up seawall in North Wildwood and back.
Was that on the sand?
That was all on but the hard sand.
Yeah, but still,
like in the
that
surf.
takes its toll on your calves.
I loved it though, man. It was really, really great.
Yeah. It's funny. Mine was all flat, which was fine. There's no problem. But I mean, I don't care. On that return, you're like, your dogs are barking.
I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done that.
How long did that take you think?
You know what? I could tell you because I logged it. I don't do any sort of physical activity without logging it because I need credit.
Need credit?
I need to give myself credit.
Oh, you're okay. I'm like, you're getting points for this?
I need to pat myself on the back.
Yeah, so you're just going to have to give me a moment.
Okay. By the way, going back to the parade discussion, Jason has a question for us. Hi, Jason. Good morning.
Good morning, Preston and Steve. How y'all doing this morning?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
Actually, I have a question for Nick and Casey. Nick, I would think, is more of a baseball fan.
What's up?
Casey, more of a football fan. Y'all both experienced both a World Series and a Super Bowl. Which one is more important? The Super Bowl parade or the World Series?
Which one's more important?
Or which one was better?
Yeah, you're going to get a different answer from each of us here.
Yeah, well,
I guess better.
For me, the culmination of waiting for 25 years for any championship in Philadelphia was part of the joy of the 2008 parade. But I had so much fun with these guys doing the show in 2018, and the fact that McElhenney was there and Kreischer, and we had those views. So I don't know. For me, it's almost a tie.
Yeah, you know something about it, Jason. Again, we talked about it was like 20 degrees that day in 2018, and I remember not feeling a bit of it. You were just so amped up, and you guys were wearing your Vin Diesel coat, so you didn't.
Yeah. And I went to both, but technically I didn't make it to the Phillies parade because I got stuck at Club Risque.
Yeah.
These girls trapped me in the champagne room. No, we started drinking. I'm having a good time. I'm like, I'm not going to walk all the way to the parade route. And
I didn't go to the Phillies
it.
parade. So the answer for me is easy. It was the Eagles parade. There was never a Super Bowl victory. And so for me, Eagles, I would have been there no matter what.
And the company, like Nick was saying, the company we kept
was amazing.
It was pretty damn fantastic. Marissa?
I didn't see most of the Phillies parade either because I was in the back room of Chickies and Pete's. Thank you, Kathy Romano. But I did see photos that I looked at later, and somebody pointed it out. The Phillies parade was a little looser. Like, I think security wasn't as tight, so you could kind of walk behind the last truck and follow the guys. So there was like hundreds of thousands of people marching to the stadiums behind it, whereas the Eagles parade was a little more locked down.
It certainly was.
10 years
Thanks,
later.
Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was telling you guys the other day when I was a kid in 1982, my parents came and picked me up and took me to the Cardinals World Series parade. I had no idea that they were coming to get me. It was this awesome little surprise. And it was very loose. Like, you could step out onto the parade route, onto the street. And I was going up, and I remember shaking Bruce Suter's hand. And all these great baseball players were reaching out and high-fiving and stuff. And I was like,
That's
oh, my
awesome.
God.
Yeah.
Like, we could get up close and personal with them.
Was it the Phillies parade? Wasn't it where the kid was doing the
raising his
kid,
hands.
yeah.
Little kid. I loved that. There was this little kid standing on a corner, and he was probably, I don't know, maybe 2 years old at the most.
Yeah.
And every now and then he would just raise his hands up in the air, and the crowd would start cheering. And the kid noticed that people were doing it, and he would it was
adorable.
So much fun.
That kid's an adult now.
Oh my God.
He would be
God.
like 20 years old.
This kid's not even 2 years old. He's probably maybe less than 18 months. That was so funny.
The other thing about the Phillies parade in 2008 was that, it was on Halloween. It was an absolutely beautiful day. And they had games 5A and 5B, which were weird because 5A, the rain delay and it stopped and it was awful weather. And then it was terrible, terrible weather the day after 5A. And so they had to wait a day and a half to start game 5B. And then I just remember, it was it was just a perfect Philadelphia fall day, and that led to some of the joy.
The word that comes to mind is crisp. It was everything that's just the air, everything. It was just a beautiful day.
I know we're basking in the glow of the Super Bowl win, but one of the coolest videos I ever saw post a championship was Nick. What was that called? It was like a one breath or one pause.
Yes, one collective breath.
Yeah. And it was on that last pitch.
Yes, Brad Lidge winds up and the stadium goes quiet. Basically, all of Philadelphia goes quiet and everybody holds their breath.
Video after video after video of people at their homes or at a bar watching it, and it's this collective pause. And they showed clip of just these people waiting and waiting in anticipation. And then, boom, it happens. And there you go. And that was that. That was the culmination of that moment. But I thought that that was one of the best videos ever made. Now, already there have been some fantastic videos circulating from this past weekend. It's a different time now, and you can crank these things out very, very quickly.
Right.
But that one from the Phils came a few weeks after, I think. But it's called Collective Breath Phillies 2008. It's pretty incredible.
Breath.
I'm sorry. Collective breath.
Take a breath.
Yes, take a breath.
I always thought that you should have narrated that video because they got a guy to narrate it who was okay. And,
really?
And there was, afterwards, the dude who made it, I remember he reached out. He was like, "Can you guys promote this?" And he sent it to me, and I was like, "This is freaking awesome."
Nick, it only has 404 views.
It's because it was posted on some weird site when the video came out, Preston. It was it's sort of in the infancy of YouTube. This was only posted on YouTube a year ago. So somebody took it from the original site, then posted it on YouTube.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it was all the buildup of the collective failures in between 1983 and 2008, including the horse that came in third.
Smarty Jones or Barbaro or Smarty, one of those.
Yeah.
Barbara's the one they had to kill, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then they ate it on the
on the parkway. Everybody
right. Who wants a bit of Barbaro?
Medium rare, please.
I feel like your horse.
Yellow or golden?
I like the golden.
Yeah.
Please. Hang on a second. Tom has a question about the parade. I'm going to go to him. Hi, Tom. Morning, bud.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, my man?
Hey, so I've had FOMO about missing all the past parades.
Mm-hmm.
I missed the last Eagles one. I was a little too young for the Phillies one. Parents didn't want to take me, but I want to return the favor to my kids, and I want to actually take them. Problem is, she's 2 years old. Is it a good idea to take her?
What would you guys think? You guys have the kids.
Tom, I have a question for you. Do you want to have a good time, or do you want to be changing diapers on top of a dumpster?
Or making memories.
Making memories.
Yeah.
I think
Making memories.
Yeah.
Tom, I sort of see that. I've seen some people, and I saw. I think if you make and again, I don't own a child, but I see people doing things like headphones or just things for noise mitigation and certain things. But to Preston's point, that would be making a memory. I mean, because the little kid we talked about with the Phil's parade, he was 2, right?
Yeah,
and he was.
I think you're okay, Tom. You need to be selective about where you're going to go. And I think Nick's suggestion, who offered it over mid South Philly?
It was Joe Holden.
Oh, Joe Holden said, yeah.
I'd go there to get a smaller, not the sea of people.
Right. And the other thing about the parade day is that it's not the post Super Bowl celebration on Sunday night, right? It is a little more family friendly and it'll be during the day. So, yes, there are going to be people partying and there's going to be people who are drinking, but it's not the insanity of post Super Bowl win on Sunday night.
Yeah. And by the way, Tom, if your 2-year-old starts to get wobbly, cut him off. Don't let him drink anymore.
Oh,
right.
Yeah. He's gonna drive.
All right. Thanks, Tom. Good luck, man. One thing I remember from 2018 was when we went by the art museum. Casey and I walked over there, and it's going to be a similar situation with this year because we're getting warmer temperatures tomorrow and rain. Do you remember how muddy it was over there, Casey?
God, yeah. I do remember that.
Insanely muddy. And I had boots on because otherwise I saw like lost shoes.
Yes.
Like people had
just getting stuck in the shoe off.
So in that area, and because there's a lot of grassy areas in and around Aikens Oval, if you end up walking through there, keep in mind it's going to get muddy, Raj.
I contend that area is. I don't think there's any greater area within a city for this kind of thing. That parade route leading up to the museum steps. Who can top it? I remember being up on the balcony and looking out at just this sea of ebullience of people just going freaking nuts and going, where else are you going to find this?
Yeah, it's a good spot.
It is.
Yeah. And even when we were at the Thanksgiving Day parade.
Yes.
6ABC Thanksgiving Day parade, which was lovely weather that day. It lends itself to a tour. Because the parkway is so wide. And it circles around there at the end. It's great.
When we cut the corner, and you start to go down the main drag there, Preston, and literally people are right off to the side, and we were getting a lot of love, which was wonderful. People were so nice.
Oh, the most fun was when we came around City Hall. Which is kind of where we're going to be. It was a little bit of a different route, but that around City Hall, the square there, that's action-packed.
Because you're seeing faces right up close.
Cool. And just the building surrounding everything.
You're in the
so
canyon.
Cool. Hang on a second. Let me go to Chad has some suggestion for Tom, who just called in. Hi, Chad. You're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Hey, let's go Birds.
Let's go Birds. What's up, man?
So 2008, when the Phillies won, it was Halloween. And I took my 5-year-old down there, my 5-year-old son, and he dressed up as Batman. And, the crowds were, like I expected them to be crazy, but, you just got to keep an eye on them. But I remember him having about 4,000 fans chanting, "Let's go, Batman! Let's go!" My shoulders with his arms up in the air. Just a great experience. So, 2 years old, younger, but the memories we got from that day,
you make a strong case.
Lifelong memory for that kid, right? Core memory for that kid.
All right, I got another thing for you. So at my household, I got 2 daughters and a girlfriend, and my name's Chad, and I keep trying to get Chad the Rad stuck. Can we just call me Chad the Rad?
Yeah, Chad the Rad. Yeah.
You're trying to get that to stick.
Yeah. Call me Chatty Daddy, but I'm like, I like Chad the Rad.
Chad the
I like
Rad.
Chad the Rad better.
And then keep working on Fetch.
Let's go, Birds.
Let's go, Birds. All right, buddy. Thanks,
All right,
thanks, Chad the Rad.
Chad the Rad, everybody.
It could be Chad the Dad.
Could you imagine trying to get teenage girls to go Chad the Rad?
Well, what about Chad the Rad Dad?
Chad the Rad Dad. It's a little mouthy,
much?
but
Yeah. Well, I follow Rad Dad on Instagram, so he could be Chad.
How about Trad Dad, a traditional dad? Because Trad,
a traditional dad, Trad Dad.
Yeah.
Let me go. Hang on, Marissa.
Just one more thing I want to throw out there. Please, for all of these hundreds of thousands of people that are coming in, consider shopping at like a small restaurant or a business while you're there too. Maybe if you grab some lunch or grab an early dinner, a lot of restaurants and all are definitely could use the help.
Well, also, and as the mayor said about, there are going to great lengths to make sure that the crowd is processed afterwards and allows everything to open up again, because it is a super big night for restaurants with Valentine's Day reservations.
Sure,
So-
I'm a little concerned that some people may have canceled their reservations that were coming in. Valentine's Day is also an extra day of the week for a restaurant that may be not as busy during the week, but since it was a Friday, they were losing that.
Right.
So any opportunity that you can to grab anything and to jump into a small restaurant or business, there are so many around. Just open up the Google Maps and do food near me, and there's got to be tons and
It's a
tons
good
of
idea.
spots.
Case, why don't you bring your crock pot in and set up a little stand?
A stand?
Yeah.
Not
Do a
a
pop-up.
bad idea. Pop up.
You could do a pop-up at a restaurant.
World's greatest, right? World famous.
World famous.
Casey's world
Italian
famous.
beef. Italian beef, yeah.
Casey queso?
Yeah. Hang on I just can't travel with it. Man.
There's a crock pot shop right down on the corner.
What if you bring a ladle and you put it on?
I'm not entertaining this.
No. Just put it on the balcony.
Okay.
And then pour it down to people who are below us.
Open their mouth.
I can put the ladle on a rope.
So what you do is we
Lower
take
it
the
down.
concept of the medieval oil torture
Yes.
and just make a queso.
Okay.
By the way, I think even Robert Irvine would like your Italian beef.
Right?
Yeah,
I
and he's
think-
anti-crackpot.
He, I think he would like it, but he wouldn't be able to admit it publicly.
Maybe a good point.
You know?
Could you trick him and say?
Because if you recall, he had
You know
the,
what you do? Put it on his wife's breasts. and see.
Okay. He would love that thing. No, we had the kielbasa in here, and he liked it, but he was like, he had a couple things to say about it.
Oh yeah, we had our super awesome, by the way, Nifty 50s gingerbread shake.
Yeah.
He gave it a thumbs up, but he was still had to.
Yeah.
He knew he loved that thing.
By the way, I gave a couple critiques for your Italian beef. Did that bother you that I said something
No,
about
what,
that?
what were your critiques?
I said it was just a smidge spicy for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's
and,
fine.
And that a little cheese would bring it all the way home, but you said you normally do put cheese.
I normally do. I just wanted you guys to taste it at its purest form. I am gonna. I think I am. I was thinking. I don't know why I was thinking about it on my ride in this morning. But I was thinking about changing up the recipe, kind of doing, keeping the base the same. But I have an idea, and I'm gonna take it out. I'm gonna test it out on my own.
I will
and then if
guarantee you, at one point in time, and I can see you pairing with Marissa at some level, and setting up some sort of pop-up or some sort of stand. You love to do this. You're constantly inventing recipes. You do something that's attached to something that we've talked about on the air. The plug-ola, payola. That's what we
That's what we do.
But I mean, still, the truth of the matter is that people, I bet you eventually you're going to have some sort of restaurant pop-up or food truck or something that you're associated with.
Yeah, but for the time being, I'm putting the crock pot to rest for a little bit because
wow.
I am full of Italian beef and queso right now, and the scale is super mad at me.
By the way, a texter said, here's what we need, a beer bong, but with Casey's queso.
I love that.
All right.
That'd be so much
That'd
fun.
be so good. People are asking for the recipes. Marissa did put the recipes up on PrestonandSteve.com. So if you would like the recipes for my Italian beef and for my Casey queso, they're there. The only thing I will say is that the recipe on the website for my queso has onions. I don't put onions in my queso. So I leave those out.
By the way, it wouldn't be a beer bong. It'd be a cheese bong.
It would
Cheese
be
bong.
I don't think anybody's ever done a cheese bong before, have they?
Not until Friday.
So explain the mechanics of what, when you're doing a cheese bong, what would be the end result?
You hold the funnel up,
And your cheese.
And you swallow as much cheese as you can handle.
I am down with that.
It's eating or drinking as much cheese as quickly as you possibly can. That's why.
I think in fact, I think most doctors would recommend you do that.
I mean, you probably would die.
Yeah.
But if
You'd
you
die happy.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
What a way to go.
What a ways to go.
It's like dying during a threesome. You know
Death
what I mean?
by cheese.
No. Beer bonging cheese is better than a
Yes. I will tell you, when I was in college, I got written up for doing a beer bong when I was a freshman, and it was entrapment. It was such BS.
Oh, tell me how it was entrapment.
First of all,
was the person that wrote you up the person that urged you to do it?
No, but
Okay.
First of all, I didn't know that beer bongs were not legal at the school. I was 18.
Okay.
That didn't have any issues. That guy who wrote me up saw me drinking, many,
It's
many
just
times.
the method?
The method. So
That seems stupid.
This guy watches me pour the beer into the beer bong, watches me get all the suds out of, because it takes a little while. You got to get all the suds
And never
out. right?
pipes up.
Never pipes up. Never says a freaking word. Watches me do the beer bong and then wrote me up. I was like,
You were kind of set up.
I was, dude.
He could have interceded and said, by the way, before you
That
do
guy
that.
didn't like me, and as it turns out, just be based on the 2 times he wrote me up, I don't like him either. So.
Did you ever
you didn't like me for my cheese bong, but I don't like you none much either.
Case, if you had to choose shotgunning a beer or beer bong?
Probably beer bong. I'm always nervous about shotgunning because of the. You
want to cut your lip or something?
Shrapnel.
Yeah. I don't think they work as well.
Yeah.
Beer bong, man, you get gravity involved. Is this a cheese bong we're looking at?
That is a cheese bong. Son of a
mac and
bitch.
cheese bong.
Oh, my God.
That's, well, Kraft mac and cheese, that's a little bit different. By the way, speaking of beer bongs and things, there's so many videos out there of people doing keg stands and beer bongs and things. And a thing that we used to do regularly when I was in my younger 20s was if you were at a party and somebody's holding a full beer, you come over and you tap it.
Right.
Yeah.
And the beer goes everywhere.
You demonstrated on air.
What you would do is you, oh my God, and you hold it up to your mouth and you start drinking it. What I never once thought of doing is putting my thumb over the top and holding it in front of the guy's face who just did it.
Brilliant. That's even better.
It's so much better.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
And I saw a video of that not that long ago. I'm like, why did we never think of that?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Well, because you panic.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm going to drink it.
And you probably spent money on that beer. And the last thing you want to do is waste beer.
Yeah, no doubt. In college, there were 2 different things. If you got caught drinking out of your right hand, you had to chug your beer. You always had to drink out of your left hand.
With your right hand.
No, you had to drink out of
With your left.
Out of your left hand.
Oh, I got you.
If somebody caught you drinking out of your right, you had to chug the beer. And then if there was ever a keg party, you know that little tab that goes over the top of the keg?
Yes.
So if somebody dropped that into your beer, you had to chug that beer. But then you got to drop that in somebody else's beer.
Okay.
That's always a fun one.
That is a fun one. All right, well.
So Morris Chestnut,
yes.
no show.
Yeah.
We're
What's
going to
that
let it
about?
slide because he's an Eagles fan. But
Yeah, we were going to have him on at about a half hour ago.
He's
but-
on thin ice, though.
All right. Well, anywho, we do need to take a break, and we got stuff to get to. We're planning this live broadcast. And by the way, if you missed it earlier this morning, BirdBot is back.
Yeah.
He's actually in our studio. He's right behind me as we speak, and he will be joining us at the Cambria Hotel on Friday for the live broadcast. We will prominently place him so you will be able to see BirdBot wherever you go. Hopefully, we're still working on that. So he looks great. By the way.
does look great.
I'm so happy with how it turned out. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we will indeed get to the bizarre file. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl, I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in.
Bobby.
He's in John Wick,
He's in John
3,
Wick.
Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He was like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. And we're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. you know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th, the 16th chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggled so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope, and all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years, and I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went, I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like, it runs in the family.
Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him. And here he is square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now,
Oh, yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter, and he's like, "No, I'm not doing it." No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, "Nah, I'm not doing it."
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah,
but still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So, how long will the shoot be taking place for The Machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay. Wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Did she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach. Take the Lufa, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on The Machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like Bert. It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then. The crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You very much.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
Talk
We
to
love
guys
you.
later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So, wow.
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Hard to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound, and that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted,
just a bit,
in the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning on to something, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez. Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have 2 drum kits set up in here, and by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
Oh, don't worry. I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle.
It's not a drum off. It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it just
gorgeous.
seemed, it seemed so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. You have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
It's, on occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love and I love John Coltrane, and I love all the different. To talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, "Oh, it's too complex. I don't understand it." But I think in many ways it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that. I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do, and I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. it fascinates me as a percussionist. I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and, about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice, because I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is. It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All righty, couple stories to run by you, and we'll begin with this one. With Valentine's Day approaching, is there anything more romantic than having full-on sex with your partner in broad daylight in front of a Wendy's while motorists are driving by on a busy highway?
Man, Wendy's.
Romantic.
It's so romantic.
According to People, Demetria Wilson and Tamario Morel.
Where is the beef?
Were caught in the act Saturday afternoon in Clearwater, Florida, where we will be in the not-too-distant future. Officer Parker Moody reported spotting Wilson and Morel laying on the ground behind the bus stop in the view of a busy highway. The bus stop is in front of a Wendy's and directly adjacent to U.S. Highway 19.
And Wendy's in particular have that big sort of atrium area up front where you can see everything that's going on.
Wilson, unencumbered by pants, was on her right side with her buttocks facing her partner. Merrill's pants were pulled down, and he was in a turgid state.
Ah, yes.
As he repetitively engaged with Wilson, according to the police. The couple was busted, charged with performing an unnatural and lascivious act.
Are the charges increased because of its location to a Wendy's?
Maybe, but why unnatural? That's the most natural
it's the most
thing
natural
that there
thing,
is.
baby.
Yeah.
Wilson and Morel.
Burgers and sex, man.
Both of whom have lengthy rap sheets, remain locked up in lieu of a respective $150 and $500 bond. They have each pleaded not guilty to the misdemeanor charges.
Time for a Frosty.
I'm trying to figure out how far away this is from Coco's.
Coco's, yeah. You gotta swing by there.
It's not far at all.
In Alabama, a Huntsville DUI attorney was arrested on a DUI charge late Sunday night.
I can't really prosecute if I don't understand it.
Officials say an officer noticed a car on the road that appeared to have been in an accident. The officer pulled the driver over.
It's okay, I'm a lawyer.
Identified as 63-year-old Russell Crumbly. And following a preliminary investigation, probable cause was developed for Crumbly's arrest.
Listen, I'm on my way to a Wendy's.
He was transported to the Madison County Jail, but has since bonded out. Crumbly is a partner and Huntsville defense lawyer at Crumbly Blackwell Price Attorneys. He handles cases across North Alabama relating to criminal defense and DUI.
Well, we don't just practice law, we break the law.
A federal judge has handed down an 8-year sentence to a former car dealer convicted of carjacking a customer near Miami International Airport over a single missed payment.
One payment.
The jury convicted Eric Haddad of a federal carjacking charge. So prosecutors said that he operated Guru Auto Sales with his sons. Google currently lists the dealership as permanently closed. Authorities said the Israeli national victimized a 24-year-old Haitian immigrant who bought a 2020 Honda Accord from him. Prosecutors said the victim was never given a copy of the sales paperwork and was not aware that an agreement between Guru and the finance company stipulated that if he was late on a payment within the first 2 months of the loan, then the finance company could demand the approximate $13,800 it paid for the loan back from the dealership. So the victim's first payment bounced after he set up auto pay, investigators said, setting in motion a chain of events that would turn Haddad into a federal inmate. 5 days after getting the letter from the company telling Guru to buy back the $13,000, Haddad staked out the victim's home and in a BMW followed him to Miami International Airport where he worked. Prosecutors said that's even though the victim was currently on his account that day and the dealership was expressly told that they couldn't repossess the car. They said when the victim reached a red light, Haddad, whom the victim had never met before, got out of a black BMW in the middle of the intersection, approached the victim's Honda, and ripped off the paper temporary tag and aggressively started yelling at him to get out of the car.
Was he brandishing any firearm or anything?
That came later. The victim was able to get away when the light turned green, but Haddad eventually caught up to the victim. And Haddad continually aggressively screamed for the victim to get out of the car, eventually flashing a holstered gun in his waistband, getting the man to surrender the keys.
It's okay, officer, I'm a car dealer.
The victim, in shock, called the police, whose officers arrested Haddad initially on state charges and located the gun. The case later became federal as the Honda was transported, shipped, and received in interstate and foreign commerce. That's why he got the federal charge. He could have spent up to 15 years in prison in addition to his 8-year sentence. Haddad will spend 3 years on supervised release. Wow. Cell phone video captured several passengers restraining a man on a Frontier Airlines flight from Denver to Houston. But what happened before those dramatic moments is what scared Victoria Clark and her grandmother, Charlotte Jones. She said the lady in front of the gentleman asked to move seats, and right when she did, he started kicking profusely and punching the window. The window was hit so hard that the plexiglass covering it broke. And she said he was a very scary person. The flight attendants went on the intercom to see if any law enforcement personnel were on board. And that's when Tanner Phillips, who served in the Army, and several others stepped in to help. Phillips said he was very physical. I picked him up, put him on the ground. It took a couple of guys to get his arms behind him, and we secured him. To do that, they used only the tools they had available, which were zip ties and a shoelace.
And again, I think they gotta really explore what they're doing with restrainment on these commercial flights.
Yep. So the group managed to keep him restrained during the rest of the flight, but people's minds weren't at ease with the damaged window. Luckily, they were able to land safely and nothing happened. But yeah, they ended up having to take somebody's shoelaces off.
I wonder what kind. I mean, you are assuming that we're dealing with some thick glass.
Yeah.
In an aircraft like that, but I don't know.
Well, I think it was the plexiglass,
right?
Which the first covering,
right?
Yeah.
I'm wondering, had he persisted,
right? If he could have busted that open, that's a good question. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you today. We're going to break. We'll come back in a second. We got a question we'll get ready for you as far as what's happened on today's program. Trash and music news coming up too, and secret text word. So if you want to win tickets this morning to the Home and Garden Show, you got to text word secret to 39333 now. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day. Those.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort, and you can work as hard as you can. But sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I always say that technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid.
Okay.
It's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music. And a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place. And we have two drum kits here, side by side.
Hey, I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to like trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little soloing or something like that.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Oh, you start. Oh, okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and then at some point I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it, and we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right.
You'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do.
Awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
See?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here, and he goes, he points at Preston. He goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio. He goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah. Well, to begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. You know, yours are tuned like a rock kid.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's, you see?
I appreciate
Beat yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times, it was amazing.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously it's something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it, hearing it, but seeing it is a whole other realm.
Yeah, well, I think seeing a really good musician doing what they do live is like going to see an amazing, sports person.
Yeah.
Is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask, and I don't know if this, listening, and Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you were especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
Yeah. So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that. Steve, they didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it, because they sent me the script, and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery, you're just going off the written words.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene, so I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand, and I would think, okay, somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would play an
crazy.
accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
passages,
tracks, on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez. Here we go. 93.3 WMMR. When I'm gone, it's 17 minutes after 10. Preston and Steve show. We're not going yet. We got a little ways to go. A few more things to do before we wrap for the day. One of them being today's lesson question. What do we got here? Pair of tickets for the Doobie Brothers and the Coral Reefer Band, August 13th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, of which tickets will go on sale this Friday for.
And Preston, you mentioned earlier it's Michael McDonald's birthday today, and he doesn't always travel or tour with the Doobies, but he is for this tour.
Yeah, I saw the picture of him with them together, which is great.
That is cool.
So the question we pose is from 7 o'clock this morning. For his next project, Peter Dinklage will apparently not be portraying which athlete that Steve had mentioned. 215-263-WMMR. For his next project, Peter Dinklage will apparently not be portraying which athlete. 215-263-WMMR. Call us if you know.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, before we go to you for the answer, we'll get some stories from Steve. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, he's my favorite rapper, Lil Yachty, falling off the stage while opening for Tyler, the Creator, on his Chromacopia tour. Fortunately, Yachty was tended to by another rapper on the tour named Lil Trauma Surgeon.
Oh, my God.
Kanye West reportedly bullies his Jewish staffers at the Yeezy Company, rubbing their noses in his adoration for Adolf Hitler and the Nazis. Not only that, West just announced that those same employees can now enroll in a 401 KKK program.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
And finally, the producer known as Diplo revealing he doesn't smoke pot or do shrooms, preferring LSD instead. Diplo says without LSD, he never would have had the courage to kill his sister for being a werewolf.
Alrighty, we'll see if you know the answer to this. For his next project, Peter Dinklage will apparently not be portraying which athlete. We will go to Chris, see if we can get that answer. Yo, Chris, morning, bud.
Hey, good morning.
All right, sir. What for his next project, Peter Dinklage will apparently not be portraying which athlete?
LeBron James.
That's correct. Hold on, Chris. Got yourself a pair of tickets as MMR rocks the Doobie Brothers and the Coral Reefer Band, August 13th at the Freedom Works Pavilion. Tickets go on sale this Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. So the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame revealed the list of 14 performer nominees earlier this morning. Cool. Nominees will be voted on by more than 1,200 artists, historians, and music industry professionals. The selection criteria include an artist's impact on other musicians, the scope and longevity of their career and body of work, as well as their innovation and excellence in style and technique. Artists must have released their first commercial recording at least 25 years before they were eligible for induction. The 2025 inductees will be revealed in late April. The ceremony will take place in Los Angeles this fall. The nominees are, in alphabetical order, Bad Company, first-time nominees.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's about right.
The Black Crowes, first time they've been nominated as well. Those two are definitely going to get in at some point, if not this time around. Mariah Carey is up for it
Rock
again.
and roll.
Yeah. And how about this? Philadelphia's own Chubby Checker.
Yes. Hey,
First time nominee. I know he and his family have been trying for a long time.
It's so obvious. It's painful.
Him into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So
I mean, you have two that should have been a long time ago: Mariah Carey and Chubby Checker,
right? No, but I'm really happy for the family because that means once your name starts getting throwing in there, you are eventually going to make it into the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
So that's great news for Chubby and Philadelphia. Joe Cocker is nominated for the first time, by the way.
That's so wild.
Wow.
Veteran of Woodstock.
Yeah. Billy Idol, first time nominated as well. Joy Division and New Order.
Oh, I'm a massive fan of both Joy Division and New Order.
They've been up for it before.
Okay, so are they the same band? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, so Joy Division, I think it had the same
there were some members. Yeah.
There were a few different people, and it was, I don't know why they've lumped them together, Case. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
Cyndi Lauper is also being nominated.
It's Lauper.
And then we have someone I'm not familiar with, Mana. M-A-N-A, and the second A has a little accent mark over it. So I don't know much about them. but they're a first-time nominee. Oasis is back up again for potential induction. Outkast is a first-time nominee. A band called Fish.
First time case?
First time nominee.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that they're nominated. Listen, they may not have the record sales, but they have been a band since 1983.
Yeah.
With a couple of hiatuses here and there. I go to see them every single year, and they are always packing stadiums
Well, technically,
or arenas.
this should not be about record sales.
It's not. As it said, it's an artist's impact on other musicians, the scope and longevity of their career and
That's
body of
it.
work, which is
Yeah.
clearly where they fall, as well as their innovation and excellence in style and technique. So
That's them.
it's pretty interpretive. I mean, you can, anybody can make it in technically. So
Mariah Carey.
they are up for it. And also the final two nominees are Soundgarden and the White Stripes.
I think that's a pretty respectable list of nominees.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in there. So
potential.
When do we-
it's until I start to see the list of people who have not been nominated that I go,
Right.
this is garbage, man. So, but it sounds pretty good. What were we going to say?
I'm
Casey?
sorry. When do we find out who's being inducted?
Late April.
Okay.
Yeah, the inductees will be revealed in late April. So, in the 1983 Tom Petty Heartbreakers Beach Party documentary is coming to Paramount Plus on March 11th. The documentary had a limited theatrical release last October. Cameron Crowe directed and said that at the time, Petty himself urged him to pick up the camera and capture a raw, direct performance. Adria Petty, Tom's daughter, who actually spoke to Pierre not that long ago, helped restore the film from unlabeled reels and noted its uniqueness, saying, "For Tom to give more than an hour-long interview, that never happened again." The documentary originally aired on MTV in 1983 without much hype at the time. Cameron Crowe said Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers leaned into the making of the film with a kind of hilarious music-filled honesty that still feels fresh 40 years later.
My
it's
wife is going to be all over this.
coming out on March 11th. Paul McCartney put on a surprise show at New York City's Bowery Ballroom. Surprise! Last night. All the tickets were sold at the Bowery Ballroom box office, none being sold online, and they went fast. This was his first performance in the city in roughly 3 years. He played a career-spanning set featuring hits from Beatles, Wings, to his own solo stuff. The crowd got to enjoy an intimate performance. It was in a 575-person capacity venue, and they got hits like Hey Jude, Get
Could
Back,
you imagine that?
Now and Then, and an encore of Golden Slumbers / The End.
So it was totally like a surprise thing. And so I think it sold out in 20 minutes.
Yeah. That's amazing. That would be incredible to be in a room like that.
I hope they filmed it.
Yeah.
Remember when he did that thing with James Corden a few years ago when he did the carpool karaoke and then
Oh
he
my
ended
God.
up at that pub in Liverpool?
It was so cool.
Yeah, and they just pulled the curtains back and all of a sudden Paul McCartney and his band are up on stage. I mean, that was, I love when any act ever does anything like this.
Yep. Jack White has just released a new live EP. It's called No Name Live. And the EP features 5 songs recorded during his 2024 tour where he surprised fans with pop-up shows in historic clubs around the world. Speaking of people popping up and playing. The EP is available on all streaming platforms. The release matches up with the start of White's No Name Tour, which continues through the end of May. The track list includes That's How I'm Feeling, Old Scratch Blues, Archbishop Harold Holmes, Morning at Midnight, and Rough on Rats. And they were all recorded at different shows throughout that stretch. And then one last thing, now that they've found their new drummer, Primus is ready to cook with their new frying pan. The legendary rock band launched a limited edition frying pan as part of their Club Bastardo merch line.
We like to rock and we like to fry.
The pan, priced at $99.99, became an instant hit with fans and quickly sold out. No word on when or if it'll be restocked, but Primus has a history of releasing weird merchandise so that there's hope for another batch of them in the future. Frontman Les Claypool has been involved in all sorts of outside-the-box projects, from custom wine to fishing gear, so a frying pan fits right in there. For now, those who missed out will have to wait and see if more become available. Until then, Primus continues to prove that they'll always keep things weird.
I like this idea, Case. What about fish and a crock pot?
People will do that.
A
Fish
fish
in an air
crock pot.
fryer is probably better.
All right.
And then one last thing. Secret text word time. We got to get a winner. So, Nick, you get to pick that number. What number caller?
15.
All right, caller number 15 at 215-263-WMMR. If you know the secret text word, you win these tickets to the Philadelphia Home and Garden Show that we have over here. Random text or two. We'll get that winner on top of that when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
Oh, my God.
Holy hell! That's freaking amazing.
Oh, my God. I'm telling you. This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me? It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much for being
pleasure,
here.
man. Thank
Ladies and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
And this, and then the next thing.
Okay, what is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's zooming.
Yeah, we're zooming.
Oh my God! All right, real quick, you have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit of $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and we
love him.
Going to be performing on Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us. And it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour. But ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up as I do at my elderly age to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes. But I was shocked. So that would have been we would have been up at like 2 o'clock in the morning doing that this morning.
Yeah.
2:30 in the
I
morning.
watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
All right, let me ask you, Bob.
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz, who wrote the screenplay for it, not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but,
I love I am tangents.
Are you, I contend, a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is.
And
it did a lot for snow globes. It was and sleds. Sleds went up.
Were those the tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got
sleds.
snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But
but
that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top upper echelon of
he's
Bob
in the
Saget
ethos.
range.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about Bill. Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no,
I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that response.
self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set. That
it's
people
legendary.
booed.
Yeah.
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor. I'm watching it. And I'm going, this has gone great. And I said, this is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed. But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd, it was just booers. And he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, did you see that? That was terrible. I said, Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever.
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon. And you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that roasts. Well, it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but when I was roasted on Comedy Central, that should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was it crossed the line. It was on after 11 or 12.
Sure.
When clips run out of context now, it's but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it. And what I was going to say was he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking. And I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me. He exhaled smoke and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons, and it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living, but I'm very fortunate, and Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave and put him out. But Bill is, because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I will tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows, and that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you, and I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am beyond thrilled. I have had 2 injections. I had them in my
WMMR, it's Everything Rocks. Mike Shinoda's birthday was yesterday from Lincoln Park. And Emily Anderson, the new vocalist in there, I think doing a great job. It is 10:36, the Emptiness Machine, bringing us to the end of our program today. And want to thank you for being a part of today's show. We got a lot of great phone calls this morning, and we talked about a bunch of different things. Thank you to Mike and Alex, Fox 29 this morning, checking into those guys. We debuted Birdbot, who is back in our fold once again, and will be joining us for the live broadcast at the parade. And we'll be at the Cambria Hotel, which is 219 South Broad Street. So cast your eyes up.
Yes.
Just one floor up. You'll be able to see us. We'll be on the second-story balcony.
I can't think of a better perch for Birdbot 2.0 than that balcony.
Yeah, well, at Birdbot, we're working on a banner that we're going to have up front, so you'll be able to see us and identify where we are if you happen to be a fan of the show. And, just getting excited for Friday and all of the festivities. We were looking for a number caller for the secret text word, and it was number 15, and that happens to be Jennifer. So we'll go to her. Hi there, Jennifer.
Morning, go Birds.
Go Birds. Jennifer, what is our secret text word today?
Soil.
Soil. Yeah, that's correct. Jennifer, hang on. We have tickets for you to go to the Philadelphia Home and Garden Show, which is why Casey pulled out Wicked Garden for us to play right now. February 21st to 23rd, the Expo Center in Oaks, and tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com. And for discount tickets, use the promo code Casey, C-A-S-E-Y. I would also like to congratulate a random texter that won as well, and that is Samantha Sidek, who is from Gloucester City, New Jersey.
Nice.
So congratulations, Samantha. You get to go to the Philadelphia Home and Garden Show as well, February 21st, 23rd, Expo Center at Oaks. And we need to do the letter of the day. Fortunately, we have the keeper of said letter making his way over to the microphone as we speak. Are you ready, sir?
I'm kept.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
P is in percolate.
All right, P, percolate like cup coffee. We got $500 to give away, by the way, from Captain America. And don't miss Marvel Studios' Captain America, Brave New World, starring Anthony Mackie and Harrison Ford. It's in theaters everywhere on Friday. You can get your tickets now. We are at the end of our show. We're at the beginning of yours, sir. What's happening today?
Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end.
Good point. Right. Yes.
Thank you. Closing time. Thank you. What'd you say?
We love you.
I love you too. I'd like to do a dissertation on love at this moment.
Give you the floor.
Love is beautiful. All right, we'll move on.
And that's your dissertation.
Wow.
Thank you.
Love is beautiful.
You'll be home in time for dinner.
Get it if you can find it.
That's good.
Pay for it if you have to.
Actually,
Did you hear that?
Yeah. What?
He
No.
said pay for it if you have to. Love is love, man.
Love is love.
Yeah.
Well, we're coming up on Valentine's
Doesn't matter
Day.
if it has a receipt.
And I took a seminar once where they said love is accepting someone exactly as they are, be it a partner or friend or family member. So much so that were you to be able to recreate them from the ground up, you would create them exactly as they are, complete with all of their annoying little ticks and tacks and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that was this person's definition
Here's
of
a
love.
list of 5 things you can do better. That's love.
All right, there you are.
Yeah.
On the program today, I will have workforce blocks of Kings of Leon. Ray Manzarek of The Doors would have been 86 today, and I will do a block of The Doors and a block of Rush.
Oh, wow. Love it.
Yes,
Thank you
got a
very much,
request?
I'll think of one.
Anything except Bytor and the Snow Dog.
Yeah. I think it's something that makes sense. How about
Bytor
that?
and the Snow Dog.
I'd like to thank our sponsors. The President Steve Show is brought to you today by the local shots at the Landis Live and Local Music every Thursday. This week, don't miss the Jaspers. Information at thelandis.com. Also brought to you by Duncan. The President Steve Show runs in Duncan. And brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. My little sheet of information for tomorrow, it says we're going to have on the program Dude Wide Open.
Oh, wow. He's great.
I've seen every one of his movies.
Dude Wide Open. That means we will fill tomorrow with whatever we want to with. So we'll see where that goes. Maybe Chuck's favorite. Maybe Stacko Topics.
Stacko Topics
He
is one of his
loves
favorites.
Stacko
Really?
Topics.
He
Yes.
does.
So we'll see what we get into, and hopefully Kathy will be back. She's not feeling good today. Nick, thank you for filling in today. We
Yeah,
appreciate
buddy.
it. All right, that's it. We're done. Ray John, have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 90.
Mm-hmm.